Hello. If you haven't been here before, welcome. And if you have, welcome back. In this video, you will hear mostly true scary stories with high-definition rain in the background. If you have trouble sleeping or relaxing, if you have anxiety or stress, this could be exactly what you need. And just so you know, I only put 3 ads in this entire video after the first 3 stories. If you enjoy, I would really appreciate if you would subscribe. Thanks for being here. Now, let's begin. The stranger was walking down a quiet rural street, dressed in a suit and tie. It was midnight. I had just gotten home from a night out with my friends when I saw the stranger shuffling past my house. "Hey, buddy, you all right?" I hollered from the front porch. The stranger ignored me and kept walking. I briefly considered shrugging off the oddity and heading indoors, but I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I know most of the people who live along the road. Some are even relatives, so I couldn't, in good conscience, ignore my gut. I climbed back into my car, thinking it would be a good barrier between the stranger and me if he were to try anything, and took off in pursuit. He hadn't gotten far when I rolled up to him, cracking the passenger window, and asked, "Are you okay?" The stranger was drenched in sweat and staring distantly through fogged glasses. He looked to be in his early 40s, maybe younger. "Sir," I said, "did your car break down somewhere?" Without looking at me, the man quietly answered, "No." "Are you staying nearby?" There was a momentary pause, followed by another quiet, "No." I kept my car rolling at the stranger's pace, observing his shaking hands. He appeared anxious. Whether that was because of me or something else, I do not know. But his behavior did nothing but give further cause for concern. "Do you need me to call someone?" "No." I watched him quietly for another moment, then asked him something that every fiber in me opposed. "Do you need a ride?" The man stopped walking. I pressed on the brakes and came to a halt beside him. He stood silent, his chest puffing in and out with each breath, then turned only his head and said, "No." He turned his gaze back to the road ahead and continued walking. I did not follow. To put my mind at ease, I hurried back past my place and over to my cousin's. She lives only 3 houses down from me. Usually, she and her family are in bed around 10 or so, but this time, I was surprised to find that the lights were still on. I went up to the door and knocked a couple of times. Her husband, Dan, carefully cracked the door, saw that it was me, then relaxed. "Hey, Scott." "Hey, Dan," I said, looking at the shotgun hanging by his side. "Something got you spooked?" Dan sighed. "A little. Come on in." I stepped inside. "Where's Katie?" "I'm right here," Katie whispered as she crept out of the kids' room and quietly shut the door. "What are you doing here so late?" "Well," I scratched the back of my head. "There's a guy dressed in a suit and tie walking down the road and acting kinda strange. Came from this way. I just wanted to make sure everyone was okay." Dan and Katie exchanged glances. Then Katie said, "I think he might have been over here earlier." "What do you mean?" "I was in the backyard with the dogs, letting them do their business before bed, when I heard whistling." "Whistling?" Yeah, like a person whistling a tune. I glanced over at Dan, and he nodded. You know, we got that fence back there now so that the dogs don't wander off, and so I couldn't see anyone. But I could hear that they were moving right along the perimeter of the fence. A chill ran through me. Did the dogs freak out? That's the weirdest part. They didn't. They bark at just about anything, and any other time. But this time, they just continued sniffing the grass like the whistling wasn't even happening. What did you do? I ran inside and told Dan, and he went outside and looked. Searched the whole yard and didn't see anybody. Dan added. Did you check the road? Yep. Walked down to the end of the driveway and looked both ways. Nothing. Think it might have been a bird? Katie shook her head. No way. This was a person. Maybe we should call the cops. Katie and Dan agreed, and Dan pulled out his cell phone and called 911. We gave the dispatcher the stranger's description, and they told us they would send a unit to check it out. I'm gonna get in my car and see if I can find him, I said after Dan hung up. Don't do anything stupid, Scott, Katie begged. I'm not. I just want to get eyes on him. I headed over to the door, and Katie stopped me. Why don't you stay here tonight? I turned and smiled. I'll be all right. Plus, I've got to go let the dog out. Bring him over here with you. I hugged Katie and stepped out to the car. I'll call you when I see him. Katie didn't argue any further and waved goodbye like I had taken her heart and wouldn't be bringing it back anytime soon. Once I reached my house, I once again continued past in search of the stranger. It was reasonable to assume he'd be well down the road by then, but I ended up driving much further than he would have gotten on foot, without even finding the slightest hint of him. Instead, I found the deputy. I slowed down next to his car and rolled down my window. A mustached deputy looked back at me. I told him that we had been the ones who had called, and the stranger didn't seem to be on the road anymore. The deputy said he'd keep looking, and then we parted ways. Wasn't much else for me to do but go home. So I did just that. I pulled up the gravel driveway, shut off the car, and headed inside. Opening the door spooked the dog. It usually does, but his barking subsided when I flicked on the lights. Hey boy, I said, petting him. I held the door open and let him run outside to wet the grass. I stood beneath the starlit sky, watching the dog sniff the earth, when I heard a whistling tune come from behind the house. It carried through the air like a windswept song. But this was a night when the trees were still, and there wasn't a breeze to be felt. The melody became clearer and floated around the house, seemingly to my side. It was indiscernibly human. And the dog did not bark. I hurried the dog inside, grabbed a baseball bat I keep by the door, and went around the house, tense and ready to swing. Every shadow seemed a trespasser that night. Every falling branch and rustling leaf, every hooting owl and chirping cricket, hopping rabbit and creeping raccoon. But none of it was the stranger in the suit. I called Katie after I heard the whistle and told her as much. I said that the deputy was out looking, but by morning, it became clear that the stranger was never found. And that was that. Or so we thought. Mr. Weston lived 2 houses down from me, and for as long as I can remember, had been a paraplegic, wheelchair bound and all alone. Mr. Weston was the last person you'd expect to hang himself, but 2 days after we had heard the whistling, Mr. Weston was found hanging from a tree behind his house that he undoubtedly could not have reached on his own. Detectives said he looked like he had been hanging there for a couple of days. It doesn't end there. 2 houses down from Mr. Weston's place lived a young man and his wife. They are both healthy as could be, and both are Coast Guard veterans. Spent a lot of time in the water, and despite all that, they were found dead in their bathtub the day after Mr. Weston was found hanging from a tree. Drowned. And maybe you guessed, but from the looks of it, they had been in there for about 3 days. There's a commonality we discovered since then. Of those of us along the road who are still living, someone in their household heard the whistling that night. They heard it, they investigated, and they found nothing. Could it be that the 3 who died never heard the whistling? I don't sleep well anymore. Too afraid I will miss the whistling tune. A whistle no dog hears. A warning they cannot give. For context and posterity, the current date is October 7th, 2021. I am bringing you back to the year 1999, over 20 years in the past. Back when cellular phones meant nothing, the world thought an imminent Armageddon was coming on the night of December 31st at midnight. I was 16 years old. What I saw one cold October night is as fresh to me then as it is now. Bear with me as I set the stage for you. I grew up in a remote area of the Midwest. My home was on a hill all by its lonesome, surrounded by farmland on 3 sides and endless acres of woods after the fields of wheat, corn, or whatever we planted that season. The woods were dense and foreboding. We would not be out there after dark. A lonely 2-lane road was the only way in or out of our place. Old County Road 577, it was called. An amazing thing happened right around my 16th birthday. The internet. We had a computer already, maybe for a few years or so. This was huge in my little area of the world. We didn't have much money, but I think my parents could foresee how important a PC would be for me and my brothers. They barely used it, but man, we were off to the races. I guess it must have been a Dell or a Gateway, which were huge back then. Windows 95 was the operating system. For anyone born in my generation, just remember when that Windows brick maze screensaver came on. The nostalgia is strong with that one. To the newer folks in the Gen Z crowd, just having a computer was a thrill. The internet wasn't a thought quite yet. Not to us normal people, at least. We had quite enough fun just playing PC games, typing silly stories, and using MS Paint. If you had a printer, you could also make those giant banners with the clip art and funny fonts. I remember making a banner that said Broncos, because I was rooting for them to win one of the Super Bowls around that time. Every letter took up 1 page. Those 7 letters drained our printer of ink. Different times, for sure. I might be getting off topic. Sorry. I was just drowning in late 90s feels. I guess the point I'm getting at is that being in that era of owning the tuned-up PCs was awesome. These weren't your 1980s computers that ran 1 program. They were easy to learn and could do many things. The internet, however, changed everything. Yes, understatement of the century, I know. Another interesting thing is that we grew up without the finely tuned and polished search engines that we use today. You didn't Google anything. You couldn't type in sports in Yahoo or whatever. Yes, the search engines were very soon to come. The ones you could use were very shoddy and hard to find anything. Not like the complete ease we enjoy today. My dad changed our entire living room around the computer. He built a computer desk with plenty of shelves and perfectly sized cutouts for the computer, monitor, sliding drawer for the keyboard, etc. He also installed a sliding glass door close to where the computer was. So, while playing one of the earliest point-and-click PC games we could enjoy, the vast outdoor landscape, and have an easy exit from the home to take a leak. Hey, our nearest neighbor was over 2 miles away, and there were 4 of us boys in the home. The first time we tried getting online was painful. The only internet provider in that time was just as new at this than anyone else. We sat and listened to that now iconic dial-up dubstep tone, hoping for magic. We got nothing. We tried for weeks to get connected. We didn't know what we were missing. It's not like now if your internet goes down, you know. But once we got on, man, it was on. The rest is history. Here I was staying up late at night, surfing the web, quote unquote, finding websites that was accessing me information from around the world, and here at home in the US. Back then, you might see a commercial on Saturday morning telling you to join them on the World Wide Web and provide their address. Like I said, you pretty much had to have the URL correct to find things. If there was a sports show on, they might tell you to go to the Sports Illustrated site for kids and provide that long URL. Now, we all know you could just Google SI Kids or something like that and find it in 0.0001 seconds. Being connected felt great. Where I lived was vast, unforgiving, and kind of lonely. The worst thing that no one talked about was that it was just plain creepy. There was no streetlights after dark where I lived. The long county roads were empty at night. When a car did travel up that road, I usually stayed still in my room. I hated seeing the reflection of their headlights slowly light up the upstairs window. No one should be on that road that late, maybe besides truck drivers. But even then, we were so out of the way of any major city or freeway, there shouldn't even be commercial drivers out there. I know, you're probably confused by what the hell all this rambling is getting to. It is all related. The advent of the internet to my daily life as a young man brought with it a renewed interest in scary stories, movies, and the like. I already loved renting horror movies from town about 20 minutes away when I could. I rented scary books from the library. My friends and I made up our own urban legends for fun. Now, I could access horror movie lore, serial killer stories, and anything my little teenage brain could think of. Being in such a secluded area, this didn't exactly help my anxiety about my scary surroundings. Sitting at that computer with the giant sliding door to my right, I only saw darkness. We didn't have curtains yet at that time. One night at around 1 a.m., if I had to guess, I saw something I think about almost every day of my life. I can't explain it, and I am still terrified of it. I was online, by myself. Everyone else was asleep. I was probably playing a flash game or looking up sports stats. I heard the low rumble of a vehicle coming in the distance. That always got me on high alert, as I mentioned. I could get a sense of the vehicle coming and just hoped it would pass by the sliding door without any kind of incident. There was an incident. A small red pickup truck, Maybe a Ford Ranger skidded off the road maybe 100 or so yards from our house. I was looking at the rear of the vehicle. I quickly shut the living room light off and the computer monitor. I just knew this wasn't going to be good. I huddled close to the window, trying to hide as much as myself as I could. Realistically, I'm sure no one could see me from that far away, but I could see them. 2 men busted out of the truck. The driver was a burly man. He wore a plaid long sleeve and a puffy vest over it. Typical looking northern hillbilly. He quickly moved to the passenger side, yanking the door open. He could have ripped the door off the hinges with the force he used. He grabbed a smaller man out of the truck by his collar and tossed him to the ground. At this point, my little heart was racing. The passenger was clearly the inferior man in the duo. The driver threw the tailgate and grabbed a shovel. He tossed it to the passenger, hitting him in the hands. As the shovel fell to the ground, the passenger looked terrified. The driver grabbed what looked like a burlap sack out of the back. He tossed it to the passenger forcefully, but this time, the smaller guy caught it. Even from this distance, I could see the look on the inferior man's face. His eyes were wide. He was probably crying with snot coming down from his nose. His expression said, "Please don't do this." He was pleading with exaggerated hand movements. He seemed to plead for some time. "Please don't make me do this," is what he was conveying. The burly man pointed at the ground. I couldn't make out what he was saying, but it seemed like he was saying, "Dig." The passenger reluctantly started digging. After about 5 to 10 minutes, the burly man stopped his partner and pointed at the burlap sack that now sat on the ground. He then pointed at the ground. The now defeated digger kicked the sack into the fresh hole in the ground. The sack looked like it could hold a bowling ball or a human head. That's all I could think of. I am watching someone bury a human head on our property. The man with the shovel buried the head, or sack, filling up the hole with the dirt he just excavated. The driver grabbed the man, pushing him back into the truck. He threw the shovel in the back of the pickup and sped off. After what seemed like an eternity, I took a huge breath, realizing I probably had been holding it in for the entire transaction. Gasping for air, I ran up to my room on the second floor of our house. I was dripping with sweat. I didn't even realize how terrified I was. Did they see me? Why did they choose to stop right there, by one of the only houses within miles? I hope I was just overreacting, but what the hell else could these random guys be burying at this time of night? I remember it being cold, probably not winter because the ground would have been frozen, but it was not pleasant out. What drove these guys out here? I didn't want to know. I've only told this story to a few people, and they all asked the same question. Did you go to see what it was the next day? The answer is simple. Hell no. I didn't have the stones to look. That curiosity has always stayed with me. I couldn't say for sure who those guys were. Nothing like this happened before or after. I won't say the cliche thing of like it haunts me every single day or anything, but I do think of it often. I think the worst part is a few days after this happened, I saw a dirt-covered shovel in our barn. A small amount of what looked like dried blood dotted the tip of the shovel. I never mentioned this, but my dad never allowed us to enter the barn. He said it wasn't safe. I shouldn't have seen what happened, and I shouldn't have gone into the barn. I can't question my dad. He died a long time ago. Even worse is that my dad did own a small pickup truck at that time. I never put it together until much later. Maybe it's all a huge coincidence. My dad was a good man. He was a simple farmer. We were able to afford luxuries that most farm folk couldn't though, like expensive computers and internet access before anyone else. Just a coincidence, right? I had just turned 21 and frequented the bars regularly. In hindsight, I probably spent too much time drinking with my friends. I didn't have a car or a cell phone, and I lived on the outskirts of town. It was a 45-minute walk downtown. The town I live in is generally a very safe place. It is wealthy, well-to-do, white-bread community. So walking home alone at night after drinking was nothing that bothered me, other than the actual walking. It was a Tuesday night, and that meant pints were cheap. So I wouldn't say I was completely wasted, but I certainly was more than tipsy. Instead of walking home along the sidewalk, where I feared I'd be picked up by the police for being drunk in public, I decided to take the bike path that ran along the train tracks. This meant that the walk would take longer, but much safer and less likely I'd run into any sort of trouble. Or so I thought. The bike path was not very lit, and knowing what I know now, I should have been a lot more nervous about walking alone in the complete darkness at 2 in the morning. Like I said, I had just turned 21 and was certainly an arrogant young male who was thinking about women and not minding my surroundings. I had taken this path many nights, and coming across anybody else was rare. If I did perchance come across somebody this late at night, most of the time it was just another drunk college student who had the same thoughts as me. Either that or they were homeless. But if so, I'd say they were all harmless. So this night, as I'm walking, I noticed further down the path was somebody walking towards me. He wore a large hiking backpack, and his hoodie pulled over his head. It was so dark I couldn't see their face. I could really only just barely make out their outline. This person's gait unquestionably revealed him to be a male, who I figured was probably just a transient. It was odd to see somebody walking towards downtown at 2 in the morning. When I got really close to him and we were about to cross paths, this person just stopped dead in his tracks, and I could tell he was staring at me because his head just followed me as I walked by. It creeped me out a bit, and I certainly felt like that was a bit odd. As I continued to walk, shrugging at the situation, I just didn't feel right. Something in my gut made me feel wrong. I stopped and turned around to see this person, still staring at me. "What?" I asked him as I stopped walking and remained to stare back at him. That's when he hissed at me, like a snake. A long, vicious-sounding hiss that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I had hoped that he was just being weird, or perhaps was on meth or something. I nervously laughed a bit and said, okay, and continued to walk on. I made it a few more steps and turned to look back. He somehow managed to get closer to me without making a sound. He stood completely still. I figured perhaps I was just drunk and imagining things. I turned back around and walked, taking a few more steps. I turned around once more. Now I knew he was closer. I couldn't believe I couldn't hear him approaching behind me. What unsettled me even more was how every time I turned around, he had managed to stop and stand completely still. Are you following me, buddy? Once again, he let out this creepy hiss, just staring at me. Now I was freaked out and had this strange sensation that I was some sort of prey.
"Hey, screw you, man," I now yelled. In hindsight, this was a bad idea, but because I already felt like I was some sort of target, and the last thing I should have been wanting to do is provoke this sick, twisted bastard, I started backing away at this point, not taking my eyes off of him. He just stood there, hissing. The hisses were getting longer, louder, and more malice was apparent in him. He started to hiss louder and louder. He began to engage in some sort of pursuit. At first, they were basic steps, but the further I backed away, the more he sped up, taking bigger steps towards me. I said, "Forget this," to myself. "I'm getting out of here." I noped it out of there and began into full-fledged run. He started running after me. I could hear his heavy boots gaining on me, hissing like a cat, growling like a dog. I feel his spit hitting me in the back of the neck. "Get away from me," I yelled. I might have peed myself, I was so scared. All I could think to do was run as fast as I could, and to get inside of my house as quickly as possible. I have always been a very fast runner, but this guy was much taller than me, and his legs were really long, so he was really cutting down the distance between him and me. I managed to keep a good 5 between us though, checking back behind me as I saw his arms reaching out in an attempt to grab me. I finally made it out of the bike path and onto the crossing sidewalk of the street that was lit up by street lamps and a few passing cars. I was so relieved to finally make it back to civilization. There was a gas station over by my house, and I thought that I would run to the safety of its inside, only to see that the lights had been shut off and the doors were closed. It was closed. I had to make it to my house. As I got closer to my house, I could see that my roommate's lights were on through the window. "Chris! Chris!" I shouted. "Chris, open the door! Open the door!" I am impressed I yelled loud enough that he actually heard me. I saw the front door of my house open up, and my roommate just standing at the doorway looking confused. I ran up the steps and almost jumped inside my house, slamming the door shut behind me. "Dude, what are you running from?" he asked. You didn't see the guy chasing me?" "No." I ran to the window and looked outside. He was gone. I have no idea what happened to him, but I am sure that this really happened. Whoever that guy who hissed at me was really shook me up, and I never walked down that bike path after dark anymore.
Years ago, when I first started to live alone, I hoped for only a few things: reasonable rent, a decent landlord, and a set of normal neighbors. It turns out the last one was the hardest to ask for. The walls are thin in most of these old apartment buildings, some thinner than others. After I moved in, I noticed a distinct wailing from the unit next door each and every night. It sounded like an older woman in a great deal of distress, but it wouldn't go on forever. It would only last about 2 hours, whether it was 8 to 10 p.m., or 7 to 9, or even 6 to 8. It was always 2 hours. At first, I decided being a good neighbor meant leaving her alone to cry in peace. Maybe it was part of her daily routine. Cook and eat dinner, watch Matlock, and weep for 2 hours. Crying is the only way some people know how to display emotion. It could have been cathartic for her, but only to a certain point. After almost a month, the wailing continued on and on. Eventually, I was embarrassed to invite friends over, worried she would begin her miserable routine at any time. It was at this point I decided the way to be a good neighbor was to check in on her. On about the 15th night in that apartment, I muted my TV, took a deep breath, and headed one door down the hall to introduce myself. I delivered 3 consistent knocks with my knuckle on the wooden red door with the number 19 pinned to the center. As soon as the 3rd knock rang out, the wailing stopped. For a moment, there was just silence. Then a seemingly scripted commotion began. The woman started speaking to someone. "Gerald, I think someone's at the door." Someone, presumably Gerald, whispered back, "Will you please get it? I've got a kettle on the stove." The whispers grew louder to beat out the kettle's hissing. A television blared what sounded like a football game, but it was May at the time. Maybe a rerun. The chatter continued and got short and guttural, as if they were arguing. "Oh, fine. 1 minute, I'll be right there," she called out in a shaky old voice. A few moments later, I heard a chain sliding and falling and a deadbolt clicking back. Then the door creaked open. I looked down to see my neighbor, hunched over with a silky purple polka dot nightgown draped over her shapeless body and a strap around the back of her lumpy neck that connected to the thick reading glasses covering her eyes. Her face looked rather young for the rest of her hunched figure. Something smelled rancid, but I couldn't tell whether it was her or the apartment at first. It smelled like my parents' basement right after that big flood from when I was 5. "Hello," she said in a sort of sweet grumble. "Hi," I replied, suddenly at a loss for words. "My name's Nick. I'm your neighbor. I just moved in next door. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, and I heard some crying coming from your apartment. I just wanted to see if everything was okay." She waited a moment and sniffled. "Oh, hello, Nick. I'm Wilma Quincy, and I've lived here for..." She placed a hand on her chest, which caused her nightgown to ripple, and looked off pensively into the hallway, as if remembering a lifetime of sorrows. "Well, a long time." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Quincy. And is everything okay in here?" "Yes, of course. Why do you ask?" "It's just that I've been hearing crying every night for the last couple of weeks since I moved in, and I wanted to make sure everything was okay." I looked over her ghostly night-gowned figure into the apartment to see very little. There was a brown leather couch in the middle of the room that had seen its fair share of years, with a cheap floor lamp beside it, craned over the far cushion. But other than that, there was nothing. No pictures of family, no art on the walls, no coffee tables or end tables, or even a rug to cover up that warped wooden floor. "Oh, that?" she said with a dismissive click. "Rick, I'm an old woman, and sometimes I just forget things. I do apologize if my crying is keeping you awake." "Not at all. But sometimes in my old age, I forget things, a lot of things. And see, my kids live far away now, and my husband passed a long time ago. And when you get to be my age, you've seen a lot of people and things come and go. Now I just don't have much, see? And when I lose things, it's just one more thing I don't have. And then I worry if I lose the last thing I could rely on, my mind, I'll lose my independence too." then I'll have nothing. It may sound dramatic, but the sieve is my mind in a way. They seem to be disappearing together. I was unexpectedly moved by her explanation. I almost wanted to cry too. Your sieve? I could help you look for it. Pish posh, it's water off a duck's back. No, really, it's no problem. She thought for a moment, then tilted her head. Well, if you don't mind. Miss Quincy focused hard on her feet as she shuffled aside to clear the doorway. I stepped into the apartment, and a stronger waft of that putrid stench assaulted my nostrils. When I spoke, I tried to keep my sentences short and use as little breath as possible in order to not breathe in more of it. What's a sieve? You know, that thing. The one you use to drain water when you're done cooking pasta. I was just pressing my ravioli and I swear I took the strainer out and placed it right on the cabinet over there. But by the time the water was done boiling, I couldn't find it anymore. I held the collar of my shirt over my nose and pinched it tightly, except when I was talking to her. Based on where she looked when we spoke, I got the sense that her vision wasn't too strong. She was staring at the wall. It was dark, but I thought I noticed a black spot on the wall. Okay, I'll look for it. It's about this big, she said, using her hands. And round and silver, and my sister's husband got it for me when he used to work at Williams-Sonoma out in the mall in New Jersey. I've had it for 15 years. It's the same one I used to teach Katie, my granddaughter, how to cook spaghetti. We've had that recipe in my family for generations now. My mother's mother, her mother brought the recipe all the way from a chef she knew in Milano. And he was the sweetest guy. He got married to Alessandra from Napoli. She continued on like this for the whole 10 minutes I looked for the strainer, and for the whole 10 minutes, she stared at that spot on the wall. But there was no strainer, and frankly, not too many places to look. Her apartment was about the same size as mine, a one bed, one bath, only it was much less cluttered. The kitchen was small and crammed, so only one of us could be in there at a time, and most of the cabinets I opened had nothing in them. One had a few glasses, one had 2 plates, and the rest were empty. I wondered how she could cook anything with what she had, never mind the strainer. And that smell became unbearable after a short while, and when it did, I finally said, "I'm sorry, Miss Quincy, I can't seem to find it." "You and me both," she sighed. "That's quite all right. You've been lovely company. Which apartment do you live in?" 17, I said, halfway out the door. 17. If I lose anything else, could I trouble you to help me again? Sure, no problem, I said, relieved to breathe the fresher air in the hall. All right, thank you, Mick. I hope we have better luck next time. You've been so kind. Have a lovely evening. Thanks, you too. And the door clicked shut. I took a gasp of fresh air in, and when I managed to collect myself, a few aspects of her apartment began to trouble me. It was similar in layout to mine, but empty. So empty. How could anyone live like that? Most old women I know have too much stuff, not too little. And then I remembered that kettle she talked about before opening the door. It wasn't there. The stove was clean as a whistle, and not even so much as a fork was left out. There was no sign of anyone had used the kitchen that night, if ever, and something else was missing, even more perplexing than the shrieking kettle. The other person. She was talking to someone before she opened that door. I know she was, but as far as I saw for the 10 minutes I was in there, she lived alone. And then there was that black spot on the wall, not larger than a golf ball. She kept looking at it and studying it, but not in an I need to get that checked out way. She almost admired it. She smiled at it between sentences, held her heart over the nightgown, as if she found it charming. I shivered at the thought, but eventually managed to shake it until I saw her again. Over the next few weeks, I received a number of knocks on my door. Miss Quincy seemed to remember which apartment I lived in without a problem, but could never get my name right. The first time she came over, she said she was missing her New Yorker magazine. We looked for it just as we did for the strainer, high and low. All the while she told me about how long she was subscribed to the New Yorker, and how her late husband Gerald used to write for them. But we never found it. I asked her if she still paid for the subscription, and she stopped with a shaky finger suspended in the air and thought for an awkwardly long time before declaring, "I don't remember." A few nights later, Miss Quincy said she lost her Aricept prescription, a common medication to treat Alzheimer's. This time I found it, but only the empty orange bottle with the label shredded up in an animalistic manner. It was just beneath that black spot on the wall, which I swear was growing larger. If it was only the size of a golf ball the first time, it was closer to that of a basketball when I found her pill bottle. The next time she came over, Miss Quincy was in tears. She told me that she had gone grocery shopping that morning, but when she got back from physical therapy, all her food was missing. Indeed, her pantry and refrigerator were both empty, aside from a year-expired box of rice. This was the first time I can remember knowing rice could expire. But what was funny was I couldn't remember seeing the rice when I looked for the strainer. At the end of that short search, we concluded she hadn't been to the food store at all. And as I left with that foul odor wrestling my nose, I caught a glimpse of that black spot. It was definitely larger. It couldn't be measured by the size of any sports ball anymore. It was closer to the size of a small child. The rough shape of one, too. It had to be water damage or something terrible to cause that kind of rot in the wall. I emailed our landlord that night for her, but he never responded. The next time Miss Quincy showed up at my door, she was more panicked than ever. She was still wearing a nightgown, but no glasses this time. She was shaking, freezing almost, and her droopy eyes darted side to side as she spoke. I lost my grandchildren, she said. What do you mean, Miss Quincy? Where are your ears, Nathan? I lost my grandchildren, she snapped. I had never seen her so troubled. Were they visiting? Yes, my granddaughter Katie was over, and her brother Michael was in the other room playing with his trains. I was teaching her how to cook something, I can't remember. And then they were gone. Please help me. I need to find them. Their parents will be so upset with me. I shut my door behind me and followed her next door. Don't worry, we'll find them, I told her. But how could she lose her grandchildren? I thought I was helping her gain some sort of peace of mind by helping her look for these missing items, but it only seemed to be getting worse. She thought she was losing people now. I began to question how far was too far. Was I helping her, or just entertaining the musings of a deteriorating mind? Again, we went through the motions and looked around, but once again, there weren't many places to look. I told her I could call her daughter to see if the kids were all right, and she eventually agreed. But when I picked up her landline, the number didn't dial. I still pretended to talk to her daughter, Annie, and get confirmation that the kids were all right in a one-way conversation with dead air. Hi, I'm calling from Miss Quincy's phone. Yes, I'm her neighbor. We just wanted to check in to see how Katie and Michael are doing. Oh, they're with you. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, have a great night. Great heavens, thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Quincy said. I don't know what I'd do without you. I put the phone back on the receiver, and just before I walked away, I noticed it wasn't plugged in. And that black spot was massive now. She couldn't see it, right? It overwhelmed the wall and bubbled in a few places. I cautiously poked at it and felt a wet, gooey texture that I wiped off on my shirt and said, Miss Quincy? No response. I stared at its colossal nature. It towered over me and seemed to lean in as it made its way up towards the ceiling. I think you should get this spot checked out. It looks like it could be water damage or mold or something. Or I turned around to see her standing with a straighter back than she usually did, making her about 3 inches taller. I think you ought to leave now, she said, holding the disconnected phone in her hand. And so I did. And I never saw her again. No more late night knocks on the door, and soon no more crying. A few weeks later, a couple of movers came in and out of her apartment, carrying that brown leather couch. I asked them where they were taking it, and they told me to a dump since the woman had moved to a nursing home. They told me her dementia had gotten so bad that her worst fears finally came true. She had lost her independence. And as I spoke with the movers, something crackled and then smashed into the floor inside the apartment, startling them enough to drop the couch in the hallway. I peered inside to see what all the commotion was about. At first, I saw dust cascading over the floor, covering the spot of impact in a light haze. And when it cleared, I realized which wall had collapsed. The one with the black spot. It finally gave way. Flecks of moldy, blackened drywall covered the floor along with fragments of something white, stained with black mold, but still white. I looked back towards the opened wall to find where it had come from. I hoped what I saw was fake at first. It was some kind of Halloween gag. I've seen posts online about this kind of thing before. Someone would hide a plastic skeleton inside the drywall and scare the next tenant who opened the wall. But it wasn't plastic. Bits of flesh still hung from its wrists, and its teeth were falling out and rotted around the hardened gums. Maggots crawled through miniature holes in its pelvic bones and eye sockets. It nestled into the insulation like it was laying peacefully in an upright bed. Then its bottom jawbone rocked and fell off, shattering against the wooden floor. As the three of us stared on in horror, the drywall creaked again, then flaked some more. Soon, the rest of the wall collapsed and crashed against the floor, followed by crackling and clattering, and dust once again bellowing over the wreckage. The dust settled, and my face went cold. I saw it all. The strainer, the magazines, a folding chair, a couple of paintings, a box of old letters, the legs of a coffee table, pots and pans, and even a television, all falling from the moldy wall. I stared at the jawless skull of that skeleton, still propped up inside the wall, and it seemed to stare back at me. It seemed to mock me. I don't know how all Miss Quincy's belongings ended up inside that wall, but the fact is they did, and I probably won't ever know. But for some reason, I'm sure that skeleton did. It didn't just know. It did all those things too. I know it sounds crazy, but nothing can convince me it wasn't torturing her all that time, preying on her feeble mind. Maybe she wasn't as forgetful as she might have thought. In these old apartment buildings, some walls are thinner than others, but I still wondered about her grandchildren. If everything else was in the wall, where were they? And just as I turned back toward my apartment, the drywall creaked one final time. "Look, darling, isn't the snow beautiful tonight?" She said nothing, simply remaining stiff in the aged wooden chair. He smiled and continued to sip from his mug of hot chocolate. He found her cold, silent demeanor adorable, one of a number of things he had come to find irresistible about her. She just sat there, staring with an expression of permanent fright back at him from in front of the window. Behind her, he could see the white specks as they fell in the slow, soothing flurry. He looked up at the ancient grandfather clock, 11:30 p.m. He smiled and whispered to her, "Not much longer now, my sweet Delilah." He got up and made his way to the blaze in the hearth. He began pouring himself some more of the piping hot cocoa before looking back to the window, meeting gaze once more into her fading baby blue eyes. "Why don't you have a mug, my love?" Still, only silence served to answer his offer. He softly grunted in amusement before then closing the top of the kettle. He took another sip as he continued to watch her. God, how she looked so beautiful. Delilah, the sole warmth of his heart, sitting silent and peaceful on the old chair of antique mahogany, shrouded in the old white gown he had seen on her since first setting his eyes on her. He always thought it made her look akin to the paintings of the Virgin Mary herself. God, if only he were a painter, he would sometimes think. He'd create a masterpiece from this scene alone to rival Dali or Da Vinci. If he were a writer, he would craft a tale with more potent emotion than even Poe at his most dreary or bleak. As the snow continued to fall outside, he could feel the air in the small den area become colder, even if just ever so slightly. Why don't you come sit with me by the fire? He said as he started to stoke the blaze in the furnace until the heat from its dance upon the oak kindling returned. Still, she merely sat in her chair in front of the window. With a warm smile, he sat down his mug of hot chocolate and went over to the window. Here, he said as he began trying to push the chair from behind over to the hearth. Allow me. About 2 or 3 feet from the hearth, Delilah began to slump forward until she had fallen from her chair. Oh dear, he exclaimed, chuckling. He shivered again, feeling the unnatural chill pervade the room around. Come now, Delilah, there's no need to be upset. It'll all come together soon. Fixing her back upright, he continued to push the chair the rest of the way to the hearth. Now, isn't that much better, dear? She was still as silent as ever, yet her face could say both everything and nothing at the same time. Her eyes glinted with the reflective glow of the flame's wild dance, which served to also illuminate the rest of her pale, distraught face. Even as it looked now, defined in much of its morbid detail by the flames, he still felt hopelessly entranced by her face. He checked the clock again before rummaging around in his shirt pocket. 11:40. From his shirt pocket, he produced a small, wilted mistletoe. He sighed, the grim cloud of reality accentuating itself to him once again. He had come to both look forward to it as well as dread this night. Christmas Eve. It wasn't quite time yet. Soon it would all be over. But not yet. Attempting to void this cloud from his mind, he stuffed the small mistletoe back into his pocket and walked over to the table beside the window and placed one of the untitled records onto the phonograph and placed the needle onto his third track. It was one of his favorite tunes that began playing, though, for his own reasons unknown, he could never remember the name of the composition or its composer. Would you care to dance to pass the time, my love? He walked over to the chair and took her soft, cold hand before shifting her to her feet. Now standing before him, the cloud of anxiety tightened its grip on him. You look beautiful, my dearest Delilah, he said with a shaking voice. He could hear her voice resonate distantly within the back of his mind, sounding as though it were echoing from the peak of a mountain. In life or in death, I will always have your heart, Arthur, and my kiss will be the sole warmth of your body, your heart, and your soul. Slowly, carefully, he began to shuffle around the room, with her limply hanging in his arms. He tried, of course, to keep her braced upright against his chest, to no effect. In spite of this, though, he merely waltzed on with her, still smiling warmly to her. The longer he stared into those two stiff, oceanic-hued irises, the more those horrible, maddening memories returned to him. Memories of that first fateful night he lost himself to the lust of his dearest Delilah, the night that would spell the beginning of his own undoing. He could almost see it now, in every exact detail, looking into her cold, frozen eyes. The long walk down the icy road, the night sky, the gas-lighted lamps that stood to sparsely pepper the white blanketed ground with their dim glows. It was deathly cold that night, only just over a month to the day before now, and he was walking alone from another evening, toiling at the local market. He had made this very same walk many a night before, but this was different for him. How could he have not then known exactly? Nevertheless, something had changed in an almost supernatural manner in his mind that night. It had become very late when he saw her for the first time. There, by the street lamp, she stood, shrouded in a dress as white as the very snow. And oh, those eyes, those baby blue eyes that immediately seized him and kept him spellbound. He felt a sense of tranquil warmth spread throughout his body with the image of that first shy smile she gave him when she saw him. That smile of fragile innocence, and yet of a cunning nature. He saw that she was trying to hang something from the top of the post when he began to approach her. When he drew near, he could see that it was a mistletoe that she was attempting to hang, the very same one he now kept in his pocket as he danced on. Hello there, he greeted. Is it not just a tad early for these? She responded with that same playfully sly grin and replied, The heart doesn't lie, and my heart tells me that the time's just right. The time for what? He asked, confused. She giggled. The time for one's heart to be warmed by a lover's kiss. He wasn't quite sure what she meant, but he somehow felt she was right. He could see she was struggling to hang the mistletoe. Here, may I? She gave him that softly sweet smile and handed him the mistletoe. He then hung it from the top of the gas-fueled street lamp. There we are, hung where you and all others can see it. Her smile widened as she chuckled. You know what they say? She asked him in a balmy, almost seductive tone. He looked to her, intrigued. The mistletoe is deadly if you eat it, but the kiss is even deadlier if you mean it. He laughed before losing himself once again into her eyes. He felt an extreme sense of warmth pass through him. It was as though he were next to a bonfire, and he even began to unfasten his winter garbs. Before he could do or say anything, she placed a slim, tender hand upon his chest. Instantly, a cavalcade of emotions ran down in a torrential downpour inside of him. Suddenly, all perception of the world around him was lost. He continued to lose more of himself into her eyes, those light, baby blue whirlpools. What's your name? He said nothing. He could only barely perceive the sound of her voice. What is your name, sir? Still transfixed in her stare, he gibbered out, Arthur. She smiled and continued to caress his chest tenderly, now working her hands up and around his neck. She looked up to the mistletoe and then back to him, her grin growing. Will you kiss me, Arthur? She cooed. Kiss me neath the mistletoe? His body began to act before his mind would register their actions. Slowly, he began to lean down to her, his eyes feeling heavier and heavier with each inch. Finally, their lips met, and he felt as though he was locked in an angel's embrace. She would break the union first, turning away to leave with no words except to say, I'll be waiting for you, love. He stood frozen, still spellbound. Eventually, his stupor broke and he found himself stupefied, unaware of where he was or what had happened. In that moment, only one thing was certain. He was extremely cold. Such would remain the case for the remainder of the eve. It was that night, curled under his comforter, that he would see her face again. He would hear her voice again, the ever so seductive sound. Kiss me, Arthur. Kiss me neath the mistletoe. Such feverish infatuation, mixed triflingly with the deathly cold, robbed him utterly of sleep that night and well into the coming morning. And this would carry on for the rest of that week until, eventually, he no longer saw her in his dreams. Her face and her voice had faded into little more than an obscure obscure set of features and sounds he never could quite put together. That was until the Sunday evening when he was once again returning home from the market, passing by that very same street lamp. And, as if expectantly, she stood again by the street lamp with mistletoe hanging from its top, shrouded in her same white gown, beckoning him to her with those eyes. And there it was again, that warmth that spread through his body, the earth that had felt entirely absent since that night, for reasons he could never place. "I knew you'd come," she said, bearing that same seductive smile from before. He froze, trapped once again in her stare. Absently, he began to trudge towards her. When he reached her, she once more unfastened his garbs and began caressing his chest. He could only stand and watch her, his mind completely blank. "My God, Arthur, you're so cold." Her voice, while still sultry and smooth, took on an almost motherly tone when she spoke. Indeed, he felt like a child again, warmed by her preternatural touch. "Let me warm you with a kiss?" Again, her hand slithered up from his chest and around his neck, and he instinctively lowered himself again to meet her lips. And again did the overpowering heat inside him flare. She would break away again, and again he would be left alone by the street lamp, with only a fragmented sense of recollection of what had transpired. That night, too, resulted in restlessness. That night, writhing in his bed, Arthur would dream of snow, of the gas lamp, of her beautiful eyes, her beautiful face, of the mistletoe. The mistletoe! Deadly if you eat it, deadlier if you mean it. He could take it no more. He had to find this woman, this elusive temptress. Throwing on his heaviest winter garbs, he set out amid the bitter cold night air. The year's snowfall had begun to rain down earlier that afternoon, and had by then formed into a thick, white blanket upon the ground. Slowly, he staggered through the snow until he came once more upon the street lamp. His legs were unable to hold themselves up any longer, and he fell to his knees in front of it, the mistletoe hanging down, jeering at him. His sight began to blur as with each fleeting, labored breath, the winter air had done its damage, and now he would feel its bitter touch slowly pluck the life from him. First, he would lose any feelings he had in nearly every part of his body. Next, he would feel the ice slowly form over his eyes, shutting him out from his sight. Just before the vicious winter would have him, however, he began to see the vague outline of a figure gliding towards him. He, of course, couldn't distinguish any definition from the figure outside of the apparently human outline. The approaching figure almost seemed to blend with the surrounding snow. Only the long crimson hair braided around the figure's neck gave him clarity. It was her. Or was it? As the figure approached closer, he began to notice more and more details that differentiated it from the dame he so feverishly sought. This new woman, while very similar in many of her features to the other, had much more pale, almost desiccated skin. Had he still the feeling in his body, Arthur would have began sprinting for dear life. He could only lie in wait for this gruesome specter to have her way with him. He could feel his heart thunder and quake against his chest with every inch she gracefully floated across the snow. He wanted desperately to at least close his eyes, sparing himself the sight of whatever horror he would face at her whims when she finally reached him. She froze before him, staring down to him with eyes that were only a faded resemblance of the baby blue gems he had been entranced by. The specter knelt down to him and placed its pale, bony index finger on his lips. To his amazement, the specter's finger wasn't cold or frigid as he would have expected from one who looked as gravely as she. Rather, he felt the wave of heat begin to pervade him again. She then cupped his chin in her frail hands and leaned in to kiss him. Instantly, all feeling returned to his limbs. He then stood up as he watched the specter turn to leave. "Wait!" he exclaimed. She stopped and turned her pale, dead face to him once more. "Who are you?" She turned slowly before rushing to him in a startlingly fluid motion that was too quick for him to perceive. She was upon him again, and, taking him firmly by the throat, whispered into his ear in almost too soft a whisper, "I am Delilah. I am the warmth of your heart, the blazing fire in your chest that you can never again live without." With that, she released him, and he watched her vanish far into the horizon before he could even blink. Just as before, he was left alone and bewildered, unable to remember what had just happened or why he had even come. The only thing he was able to remember were fragments of a face, the face of a beautiful woman, as well as the face of a ghastly corpse. Along with this, Arthur could hear a soft, rasping whisper swim through his mind. The voice was, of course, utterly indeterminate, without any sort of identity or definition to its origin. "A kiss from my lips will now and always be what keeps thy heart warm and beating, lest it submit to a cold, bitter end." That night was when his dreams of her first became vivid and clear. He saw her again, standing amid the snow, giving him that same dubious smile indicative of sinful desire. And looking upon this face, he fell helplessly into her whims and slowly walked to her. The snow began to flurry from above, and he could feel the chill begin crippling him again. The temptress extended her hand and curled her finger to beckon him closer. "Come, will you dance with me, Arthur?" His pace quickened, and his heart raced with both excitement and apprehension, until, eventually, he broke into a sprint to her. To him, she seemed so close, and at the same time so far away the further he sprinted. At last, he reached her and was promptly seized into her embrace, and like he was now in his living room with her, they waltzed about amid the white expanse. All the while, his attention was fixed to her radiant smile, augmented by those baby blue irises. "Kiss me, Arthur," she crooned to him with that angelic voice. He closed his eyes and leaned into her with anticipation. Likewise, she would yield her lips to him, and he felt the intensity of the sun burst within him. Slowly, however, he watched in growing fear as her face slowly devolved into that familiarly haunting, necrotic visage that plagued his subconscious mind. Aghast, he shoved her away and attempted to flee. Something caught his feet, and he fell prostrate into the snow. She was once more upon him, leering down to him with those cold, dead eyes. She knelt down and reached her hand down to him, clutching something small and frail in her withering hand. Shaking, he looked to see that it was a small mistletoe. "You're so cold, Arthur," she rasped in a ghoulish hiss. "Come, warm your heart with my lips, love." No, go away, he exclaimed as he felt the crippling chill return, once more causing his blood to begin to freeze solid. All throughout his body, he slowly lost all sensations of touch, and his eyes started to freeze over again. Her lips opened once more, and she spoke.
You can't deny me long. Without me, your heart, your soul, will rot in a cold, icy bed.
As darkness would have him, Arthur watched as the ghost, poising the mistletoe high above them, leaned forward to his right ear and whispered,
I'll be waiting, love.
It was in that instant that he awoke, bolt upright with a frightened shriek. For a time, Arthur just sat there, gasping frantically as though he were a fish being held above the water. Eventually, he was able to regain his composure, yet he still felt wrong. It was more of an empty sensation, like he had had something removed from within him. What, how, or why, however, were questions that continued to elude him. But whatever it was, it would cause him to feel perpetually cold for many days and nights to come, regardless of what he wore or how close he would sit by the blazing hearth. One thing did slowly mold into at least a minute's certainty to him. One way or another, this strange phenomena presently plaguing him was likely due to some sorcerous whim of this beautiful, yet mysterious dame that dominated his subconscious mind. Unable to sleep, Arthur pondered how he might be able to rid himself of this apparently strange curse, eventually concluding that, no matter how strong his desire for her was, he would not heed her summons. Such proved to not be as easy as he had thought, however. Every day from rise until fall of the sun, the phantom chills would menace him without end. Constantly, he felt as though his blood had been turned to solid ice, despite at almost all times wearing his heaviest of garbs. Arthur would spend most of each following afternoon over those next 3.5 weeks, huddled next to his hearth, constantly stoking the kindling to draw more heat from it. He would only eat scalding broth and lightly prepared stews with steaming cups of tea, or coffee, or cocoa. In spite of all of this, still he was always so deathly cold, inside and out. Eventually, on the Monday of the week before now, he ran out of these commodities and was forced to venture out against the wrath of the cold. He had very little money by then, having received word early that past weekend that he had lost his job at the market due to his seclusion. Still, he had to find some way to banish the bitter cold that was crippling him. It was as he was trudging through the snowbound streets of the market that, amidst the many folks who had likewise gathered at the market that evening, his eyes fell upon her. She was standing at the bakery, her luscious crimson braided hair facing out to him, hanging down to her back. Almost instantly, a nauseating dread flooded through him.
You need me, Arthur.
He could hear from deep in the pit of his subconscious.
You need my lips. I can feel it. Come, Arthur. Come to the mistletoe. Come hold me and kiss me.
No more, he screamed. Almost all eyes from the present congregation were now fixed to him, frightened and bewildered. Oblivious to the attention he had garnered, Arthur swiftly bolted to the young woman in front of the bakery, the seductress, the witch. With startling strength and intensity, he seized her by her shoulders, and proceeded to violently shake her.
What have you done with me?
He barked to her frightened face. Her eyes were wide and afraid, welling to the brim with tears.
Who are you?
Though he could see the fear molded onto the young woman's face, he would not relent.
What do you want from me, devil?
She screamed and struggled frantically to free herself, to no use. Arthur was determined to end this madness that was robbing him of his body, mind, and his very soul. It would end there and now, even if it meant the death of him.
Answer me. Why have you plagued me like this?
Let the lady go, demanded a nearby bystander in a gruff voice. A broad-shouldered man attired in thick animal fur garbs, indicative of woodland residency. Despite his hysterical frenzy, Arthur recognized the man to be none other than McDowell, the town's lumberjack.
She's a witch,
Arthur exclaimed to the crowd as McDowell pried him away from the distressed woman and began dragging him out of the market square.
She's afflicted me with some form of curse. Please, you must believe me. She's trying to rob me of my soul.
The crowd merely looked upon him with disgust and shame, though, as he was being forcefully towed away, he thought, no. He swore he could see the young woman's shocked face twist into one of sinister exultation. His own flailing against McDowell's restraint was feeble at best, not impeding his iron grasp in the least. Finally, Arthur was cast face down into the snow.
Stay down if you know what'd be good for you,
he heard McDowell demand before turning and making his way back to the market square. Laying in the frigid snow, Arthur's mind was lost in a maelstrom that bordered on confusion, fear, and pure madness.
Why is she doing this to me? What does she want from me? Why don't they believe me?
Tried as he might, no answers came to him, pushing him further to the edge of complete collapse. Making the matter worse was that he felt the chill now with more potency than ever. It wasn't long before he'd succumb to the elements yet again, unconsciousness assuming full control over his mind, and the first image to assault his hollow dream was, of course, her, leering over and jeering.
In life or in death, your heart will always be mine, Arthur.
He desperately tried to rid her presence from his mind, to no purpose. Regardless of how he would try to banish her from thought and memory, he would be met only with her pale, dead face.
No, stay away.
She simply remained, curling a beckoning finger with one hand, the other holding the mistletoe aloft.
Join me under the mistletoe, Arthur. Come.
Arthur's eyes went wide as he saw his body turn to ice. All too soon, he was encased in a layer of frigid, unforgiving glacier. He could only watch in perpetual terror as the spectral woman approached him.
You can't elude me, Arthur,
teased the specter in its rasping whisper, poising her decayed index finger at his heart.
Without me, you will only crumble.
With a light tap of her finger upon his chest, the ice splintered and started to crumble, and helpless, he could only watch horrified while he fell apart. Finally, his body had been reduced to nothing more than shards of glassy ice, only his head remaining whole. Yet, even still, he was forced to watch as the specter picked up his head and, holding that damning mistletoe high above, brought her faded gray lips to meet his. Arthur awoke again with a scream. Frantically, he patted all over his body to find that he was still whole, and the specter was nowhere to be found. Even still, relief wouldn't find him, as he was still menaced by the chill. He could hardly move his limbs, and he was profusely trembling from hypothermia. He wanted to cry, both from the crippling madness as well as bitter fear, and he had no doubt would have done so had the air not been so cruel with its wintry wrath as to freeze the tears as they welled. With every minute reserve of strength he would have, Arthur found himself to his feet and began stiffly shambling to his house. It was as he crossed onto that familiar road to his house that he saw her again, walking all alone. Instantly, he could feel the urge again to rush to her and try again to force her to relieve him of whatever spell or curse she cast upon him. It was this frightful determination, and this alone, that seemed to fuel his stride. She didn't seem to notice him approaching. It was perfect, he thought. He could sneak upon her, ambush her, and be on his way with none the wiser. He would be rid of this curse at last. Thoughts fell in an avalanche of how he could force her to relieve him his torment. He was prepared to even do the worst if it came to it. After all, she's all alone now. It would be so easy, wouldn't it? Just a quick snap of her fragile little neck, and it'll all be over. And that was all he could care about, to finally be rid of this phantasmic witch and her damn accursed mistletoe. It wasn't long before he was then upon her. "Witch, I have you now," he ejaculated venomously. When she turned to him, exposing those all too familiar baby blues that appeared frozen in fright, he knew he had her finally at his mercy. He knew he would finally end this madness. She quickly tried to hurry into her home and shut out her pursuer, but she was too little too late. Arthur caught the door as it was about to close on him and forced his way inside. When she tried to run to the back of her house, he caught her and rudely threw her to the floor. He was then upon her again, with his hands like pythons about her throat, forcing the air from her lungs and commanding her to undo her wicked sorcery. It was, in more than one way, invigorating. He felt as though he were a wolf, and she a cornered sheep. The look of utter fear in her eyes fueled him. Now he would bend her to his whim. "Whatever you've done to me, witch, it ends now."
I haven't.
She choked out, but it was no use. Arthur's strangulation had by then rendered her speech impotent. Frantically, she claws like an animal at his face, trying to gouge his eyes. Nevertheless, Arthur's wrath was little impeded. In her wild flailing, her arm brushed the nearby drawer, knocking something off. Even amidst his primal state, he was able to see that it was a small, frail mistletoe. "Mistletoe!" He barked with lunatic laughter as he began forcing it down her throat. "Deadly if you eat it!" Slowly, he watched the life leave her eyes. Yes, he knew he had won now. It'll all be over. Just one quick snap. He rose up triumphantly, the adrenaline still coursing through him. He had done it. It was over. It was all over. The witch was dead. He stopped. Suddenly, his exultation died and was replaced with another feeling: panic. He looked down again at the woman's inert body, now with a growing panic. What have I done? He tried to shake her, desperately hoping that she may yet still exhibit life. She did not, and Arthur now felt his head begin to spin. What was he to do? He killed her. He was now a murderer. The court would have him hanged for sure. He'd be condemned as a cold-blooded monster. But no, that wasn't what happened. Was it? She was a witch. Was she not? Had she not wrought misery upon his life? What he did was for the good of his own soul. Wasn't it? In a brief, devastating avalanche, he began to remember her eyes, those hypnotic irises, so wan with fear. All at once, dregs of recrimination and despair caused him to huddle himself into a fetal position, sobbing. Arthur. He heard the voice only faintly, but enough to recognize it. Arthur. No, that's not possible, he stammered. All too soon, then did he feel that haunting cold infect his body once more. Crippled once again, he listened in terror as the wraith's voice appeared to close in around him with its ghastly, rasping hiss. In life or in death, I have your heart. I will keep it warm with me, even in hell. It will belong to me, and me alone, forever and always. Arthur's body was trembling more violently than ever before now. No, you're dead. As if on cue, he saw the woman's body suddenly bolt upright. Her face was now the very same as of the specter, with her vibrant blue eyes now forever faded in death. Kiss me, Arthur, she croaked as she began crawling toward him with disjointed motion. Arthur opened his mouth, yet not a sound was able to be uttered. Only pitiful croaks of fright were sounded before she was upon him, pinning him to the wooden floor, leering over him. She then began to open her mouth and croak as she painfully regurgitated the mistletoe onto him, now black and withered. Come, won't you kiss me, love? Before he could react, her pale, dead hands roughly seized his face, and her cold lips forced their way to his. This time, the warm sensation from before was not present, only the frigid touch of death and decay. He struggled until finally throwing her off of him. She was sent hurtling into the wall with a crash, and she was once again motionless, lifeless. He simply laid on his back, too frightened to move in spite of his spiking adrenaline, gasping frantically for breath. When he finally looked up, he was met with her dead face, forever chiseled in perpetual fright. Reflexively, he touched his own lips, finding that they still felt as they had before, cracked and chapped as they were from the exposure to the unforgiving cold. Still, he had felt her lips. Hadn't he? Arthur clutched his head and howled as he began shoving his head into the wooden floor. Please, his mind screamed. Please, merciful Lord, make it end. Eventually, he could bring himself to pound the floor no more, and that was when he crawled like an animal to the woman's battered corpse. Why are
you doing this to me?
This time, there was no answer. She merely stared back at him with stiff, faded eyes. He began shaking her, crying out for an answer. It was when he was again met with only silence that his terrified sobbing devolved into a fit of hysterical laughter. He collapsed onto his back, the corpse held firmly against him, as the laughter soon escalated into wailing cackles of raving madness that echoed throughout the house. In a morbid way, it was hilarious to him. What began with a simple kiss had now delved into the black recesses of insanity. He was once a man, respected by the people. He was a well-liked market clerk, adored by those he served. Now, he was a madman, a lunatic, and now, worst of all, a murderer. He carried on in his demented cheer until his throat was shot and his breaths became labored. Slowly, he could feel the chill again. His mind now gone forever, broken beyond all repair. He unfastened his shirt and trousers before climbing onto her, mounting the withering mistletoe above. If it was him she wanted, she would have him. All of him. It would be days before reality would finally break through his madness. He sat that night, the eve of Christmas, staring into her dead eyes. He knew he couldn't live on like this, a prisoner to the curse of his own madness. To Delilah. The chill's grasp tightened and crippled him again. That was when it came to him of what he would have to do. He went into the basement of the house and retrieved a bucket of the kerosene meant for the lamps, and set about all night, dousing every inch of the house with it. Every wall, every corner and every room was dredged, leaving none to be spared. As he toiled feverishly, her words continued to cycle incessantly, and the supernatural chill amplified in its ferocity.
You need my lips. I can feel it. Come, Arthur. Come to the mistletoe.
Despite this, he didn't stop until the breaking of the next sunrise, when he had finally completed his task. Tonight, he swore to himself, this will all end tonight. 12 loud chimes broke Arthur of his mad remiss. It was time. Steadily, he placed Delilah back into her chair and silenced the phonograph. He now felt more deathly cold than ever before. Still, this didn't deter him. With the last of the kerosene, he doused himself and her before stringing the mistletoe to the ceiling. He then stood her up once more, embracing her to him, before using the poker to cast out a burning log, setting the floors alight. All too quick did the flames dance, consume the floors and the walls around them. Even amidst the inferno, however, Arthur still felt none of its warmth. He knew only one thing would, and it would be for the last time. Merry Christmas, Delilah, he said as he held her in an eternal embrace and brought his lips to hers. Even as the flames crept upon them, charring flesh and bone, he did not waver. He would die with his heart in eternal warmth, for even in death, she would always be the sole warmth of his heart. Years ago, back when we thought we were invincible, my two friends and I decided to go camping in the fall. We were 15, stupid, and thought that we were Bear Grylls, that we could do anything. Of course, this wasn't some super prepared expedition. We threw a small tent, some chips, maybe some soda, some water, into the backseat of my friend's dad's old car. We were headed to a campground deep in the Pacific Northwest woods. You know, one of those places where the fog rolls in like a movie set, and there's no cell phone service at all. Good decision making was not our strong suit. By the time we got the tent set up, it was already dark. We had one flashlight between the three of us, which meant a lot of tripping and swearing as we got situated. The tent was just big enough for the three of us, if none of us moved or breathed. We staggered our setup in the tent, two of us with our heads on one side, and the third guy's head down by our feet, because the tent didn't quite make the fits 3 adults promise on the box. The night was silent, and by silent, I mean creepily silent. No crickets, no owls, not even the wind. It was like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. That should have been our first sign to get out of there, but no. We were adventurous, I guess you could say. Adventurous idiots. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to a sound. At first, I thought it was part of a dream. A muffled voice like someone talking on a cell phone in another room. Except we weren't in a room, and there was no one else around. "Hello, can you hear me? Hello?" the voice said. My heart stopped. I lay there staring up at the tent ceiling, trying to convince myself that I hadn't heard it. Then it came again. "Hello, can you hear me?" I turned my head and whispered, Guys, are you awake?" My friend next to me immediately hissed, "Are you hearing that?" We sat up so fast the tent nearly collapsed. My other friend, who was down by our feet, shot up too, his hair sticking out like he had been electrocuted. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. We all froze, listening. The voice came again, clear as day. "Hello, can you hear me?" And it was coming from the middle of the tent, right between our heads. Now, let me tell you, there's nothing like sheer terror to make 3 teenage boys lose their minds. We scrambled around the tent like maniacs, throwing blankets, shaking out pillows, patting down every inch of fabric. We were looking for a phone, or a speaker or something, anything that would make that noise. But there was nothing there. It was just us sitting there in our socks and PJs, and panic. The voice saying, "Hello, can you hear me? Hello?" I turned to my friend across the tent. "Wait a second, what did you hear?" "It sounded like someone was saying, 'Hello, can you hear me?'" "Same," said my other friend. "Dude, it was right here." He pointed to the middle of the tent where our heads had been. We all just stared at each other, trying to process what was happening. Then, just like that, the voice stopped. Silence again. Thick, heavy silence. The kind that makes your ears ring because there's nothing else to hear. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. We just sat there, wide-eyed, clutching our flashlights, jumping at every creak and rustle outside. I'm pretty sure I aged 5 years in those few hours. When the sun finally came up, we didn't even bother making breakfast. We just packed up as fast as we could and bolted for that car. None of us even wanted to talk about it, but you could tell we were all thinking the same thing. What the hell was that? As we threw our stuff into the car, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. All our phones were still sitting on the back seat, exactly where we had left them the night before. None of them had been in the tent. And of course, none of them had any signal. We just stood there, staring at the phones like they were cursed. Finally, my friend broke the silence. "Okay," he said. "So either one of you has a speaker hidden somewhere, or..." He trailed off, his face pale. None of us laughed. To this day, I don't know what happened. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was some weird sound carrying through the fog. Or maybe the woods were just screwing with us for fun. All I know is that I have never gone camping again without triple checking my gear and my sanity. And every time someone says, "Hello, can you hear me?" on a phone call, I get a little chill that runs down my spine. This is a story my mom told me once, and honestly, it creeps me out whenever I think about it. It happened years before I was born, back when she was in her early 20s, living alone in a small house on the edge of town. It was a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where people didn't bother locking their doors most of the time. She thought nothing bad could ever happen there. After this, though, I think she changed her mind. One evening, she was expecting a friend to come over. It wasn't anything special, just a casual hangout. Maybe dinner, maybe some TV. My mom decided to hop in the shower before her friend arrived, figuring she would have plenty of time to freshen up. But just in case her friend got there while she was still in the bathroom, she left a note on the front door. It said, "I'm in the shower. Come on in." Simple enough, right? She said she always thought it was funny how trusting she used to be back then. These days, the thought of leaving your front door open with an invitation like that seems insane. But back then, it felt normal. Anyway, she taped the note to the door and went about her business. The shower was one of those old ones with a loud water pressure that drowns out every other noise in the house. My mom was halfway through rinsing her hair when she heard it. A knock on the bathroom door. Not on the front door, the bathroom door. She froze for a second, a little startled, but not scared. It was her friend. She obviously showed up. She saw the note. She just wanted to let her know she was there. "I'll be right out," my mom called, loud enough to be heard over the water. There was no response, but she didn't think much of it. She assumed they would just sit in the living room or the kitchen and wait for her. She finished her shower a few minutes later, dried off and got dressed. But when she stepped out into the hallway, something felt off. The house was completely silent. No voices, no footsteps, no sign that anyone had arrived. She glanced into the living room. Empty. The kitchen. Empty. She checked the front door, and sure enough, it was still unlocked. The note was still there, like nobody had touched it. Her stomach sank. She called out, "Hello?" Her voice echoed back at her, and that's when she started to feel uneasy. The house wasn't that big, and it wouldn't take that long to check every room. She peeked into the guest room, then her own room, then the tiny laundry room in the back. Nothing. Nobody. She walked back to the bathroom, almost on autopilot, and stared at the door. It was a plain wooden door, old but sturdy. She reached out and touched it, her hand hovering near the knob. She told me later that she half expected it to still be warm, like someone had just been leaning against it. But it wasn't. It was cold. Trying to shake off the weird feeling, she went to the living room and sat on the couch, grabbing her book to distract herself. She convinced herself she had imagined it. Maybe the water pressure had caused some weird noise that sounded like a knock. Or maybe it was the pipes. That's what she told herself anyway, but she couldn't quite shake the tension in her chest. About 10 minutes later, headlights swept across the window. Finally, her friend was there. She got up and opened the door, and there they were, stepping out of their car with a smile. As her friend came inside, my mom tried to play it cool. "Hey, did you knock on the bathroom door when you came in?" Her friend gave her a confused look. "I just got here. What are you talking about?" My mom froze. "You didn't come in earlier at all?" "No. You just saw me pull up. Why?" My mom didn't answer right away. She said later that she didn't want to freak her friend out, so she just laughed it off and said, "I thought I heard something. Must have just been my imagination, I guess." But she couldn't stop thinking about it. If it wasn't her friend that had come in earlier, who was it? After her friend left that night, my mom double-checked every lock in the house. She even wedged a chair under the doorknob, something she had only ever seen people do in movies. For weeks after that, she could not shake the feeling, like she was constantly being watched. Every time she took a shower, she would lock the bathroom door, even if she was home alone. She never got an answer to what happened that night. Nobody else had a key to the house, and there was no sign of anyone breaking in or touching anything. But she swears she heard that knock, clear as day, and I believe her. It still makes me wonder, though, if it wasn't her friend, who was it? When I was in 3rd grade, my life felt as close to perfect as a kid could ask for. My parents were still together, and they seemed genuinely happy at the time. Not like fake happy that you see in movies, but actually happy. My older sister and I got along most of the time, even though she could be annoying and mean. We had a nice house, went on vacations, and I had everything I could want. Honestly, I didn't even know how lucky I was. You don't learn that kind of thing until you grow up. Everything felt safe and normal. At least, it did until that one night. It was late. I don't remember the exact time, but I had been dreaming about something. I can't even remember what it was, but then I just woke up, just like that. You know that feeling when you're falling in a dream and it just jolts you awake? It was like that. At first, everything seemed fine, but then I saw him. My 3rd grade teacher. He was standing in my room, just standing there staring at me. At first, I thought maybe I was still dreaming. It didn't make any sense. Why would he be here? But he didn't disappear when I blinked, and the longer that I looked, the more real it felt. He didn't say anything. He didn't even move. He just stood there completely still, staring at me with this blank, almost calm expression. His eyes, though, made my skin crawl. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there frozen while my chest got tight and my breath came in short, shaky gasps. My brain was screaming to do something, anything, but my body wasn't listening. He just kept watching me, like I was some kind of science experiment he was studying. Finally, when I couldn't take it anymore, I started crying. It wasn't loud. I was too scared to make noise, but the tears started pouring out and I could not stop. That's when he moved. He turned, walked to my window, opened it like it was no big deal, and climbed out. But the weirdest part, he put the screen back on before he disappeared into the night. I don't even know how he did it. A few seconds later, my dad came into the room. "What's the matter?" he asked, rubbing his eyes like he had just rolled out of bed. I tried to explain, but the words came out in this jumbled mess of crying and hiccuping. I pointed at the window, but of course, there was no one there. No sign of anything, just the moonlight shining through the glass. My dad checked the window and then shook his head. "You must have had a nightmare, buddy. There's no way anyone came in here. Everything's fine. Just go back to sleep." But it wasn't fine. I knew it wasn't a nightmare. My mom came in and tried to calm me down, brushing my hair back and telling me everything was fine. But I saw the look she gave my dad, that one that said, "What's wrong with him?" The next day at school, I couldn't stop staring at my teacher. He acted completely normal, like nothing had happened. He handed out worksheets, explained math problems, and didn't look at me even once. For most of the day, I started to wonder if maybe my parents were right. Maybe I had imagined it. But then, right before the bell rang, I glanced up from the paper airplane I was coloring, and he was staring right at me. His face was still, but there was this tiny, almost invisible grin at the corners of his mouth. It wasn't a happy smile. It was wrong, like he knew something nobody else did. My hand started shaking. The bell saved me, though, and I grabbed my stuff and bolted. That night, I tried to stay awake. I told myself there was no way I was going to fall asleep, not with him showing up in my room. But I was 8 years old, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't fight it. I passed out, and when I woke up again, it was to the feeling of someone sitting on my bed. I opened my eyes, and there he was, my teacher, sitting crisscross applesauce at the foot of my bed, staring at me. His expression hadn't changed, and neither had that creepy little grin. This time, for some reason, I wasn't as scared, and I whispered, "Why are you here?" He didn't answer. He just put his finger to his lips and made a soft sound, telling me to keep quiet. Then he got up, walked to the window, opened it, put the screen back on again, closed the window, and disappeared, just like before. I told my parents again the next morning, but again they didn't believe me. "You've got to stop watching those scary movies," my dad said as he poured cereal. My mom just sighed and told me I needed to stop letting my imagination run wild. After that, I stopped trying to convince them. This went on for months. Every couple of weeks, he would show up in my room, sometimes 2 or 3 nights in a row. Sometimes he would just stand there. Sometimes he would be sitting on my bed. He never touched me, never said anything beyond shh. And then one day, it stopped when I started 4th grade and I got a new teacher. No more late night visits. But I still saw him in the hallway sometimes, and every now and then, He'd catch my eye and give me that same small grin. It wasn't as scary in the daylight, but it still made my stomach hurt. Now I'm in high school, and I still wonder if I made the whole thing up sometimes. But I don't think I did. It feels too real. Even now, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, half expecting to see him standing there, watching me, waiting for me to wake up. I started getting them last night. My ex had taken the kids for half the month, and I was home alone. My apartment was dark and quiet. You might say, tomb-like. The TV was on, and the volume down low. I was missing my kids, missing my ex, and despising myself for it. My phone lit up. I had to carefully remove the bowl of vanilla ice cream swimming in vodka from my stomach, lest it tips over. I saw a number I didn't recognize, so I did the sensible thing and ignored it. Then I got the familiar ding, buzz, buzz. One new voicemail. Okay, I thought, I'll bite. The phone number hadn't read scam likely. It might even be important. The first time I played it back, I couldn't hear it well, but it sounded like numbers. I put it on speakerphone, then cranked up the volume to max. In a crackly drone, sounding like a voice recording from the 1980s or earlier, somebody read out these numbers: 04 14 01 12 18 05 13 13 2119. That was all the message they left. Straight away, I knew it wasn't a phone number. It was too many digits, and they were all spaced out in doubles. I tried to return to my low-effort binge watching at a low volume, half-heartedly piecing together subtitles. Hours later, I couldn't get it out of my head. I won't tell you the actual phone number that called me because I'd really rather not, but I did give that number a call back. It was a number with my area code. I called it. It rang so much, I thought I'd be the one to go to voicemail this time. But then came the click. Except for some murmurs of static, it was quiet on the other end. Hello? I said. Somebody left a message from this number. It was all digits, not a phone number, just, I don't know what it was. Clearer now. There's breathing on the other end. Hello? Click again. They had hung up. Brief, but bothersome. I didn't have much time to let it bother me though, because I got a call back after 10 minutes from that number. I answered instead of letting it go to voicemail. Whoever it was immediately ended the call. Okay, I thought. That's pretty odd. About another 10 more minutes, another call. I answered again. Same treatment. As soon as I said hello, they hung up. I didn't answer the next one because I was using the restroom. That one went to voicemail. I heard the ding, buzz, buzz as soon as I entered my living room again. Hands clammy, I picked up the phone, played it back. I kind of expected another weird series of digits. Instead, what I got was this. Hey, what's the strangest thing you've ever seen at a museum? Went to that carnival museum today. You know the one. I saw a costume that reminded me of you. It got me thinking. Anyway, don't want to talk your ear off. Sherry and the kids send their best. We're doing great, and everyone's happy. Can't wait to see you. It was a man's voice, but one I did not recognize. Carnival Museum? When did I go to a carnival museum? I tried to remember all the parades I'd ever attended, New Orleans and elsewhere. I couldn't recall stopping in at any carnival museums. Must have me confused with someone else. On the other hand, the voicemails and wordless calls wanted to suggest other things. What those were, I wasn't sure. I glanced around my TV flickered but otherwise dark apartment as a chill worked its way too slowly from foot to head like a bad massage. About another 10 minutes, I got another call. I let this one go to voicemail. "You won't believe what happened today," the same man's voice said. "JJ, you know, Joey Jr., fell from a tree and broke some stuff. I told that boy about climbing them trees. But get this, that's not even the most unbelievable part. We didn't need to see a doctor. Just gave him some of that ice cream and he was right as rain, walking just fine. Now, there's a little hitch in his step, but it's the kind of thing that adds character. We played some family games and, before you know it, things were back to normal. Ah, there I go again. I'm for sure talking your ear off, and I know we'll be seeing each other very soon. We're doing great though, and everyone's happy." This is getting ridiculous, I thought. I tried to pick apart my mind, thinking back on all my old acquaintances. Even if this was someone I knew, there was no way I was planning on meeting or seeing them as those messages suggested. I called the phone number again before another rough 10 minutes could transpire. "Hey, don't hang up. I don't know you or your family. You've got me confused with someone else." Click. At least I had them on the line for a few rushed sentences. The messages continued every rough 10 minutes like clockwork, that someone had bashed with a hammer. Anytime I picked up and didn't let it go to voicemail, I was rewarded with the call quickly ending. Every message told some new details of that family's lives. How their daughter Abigail got herself hurt chasing after some cars. How Joey Jr. had tried to eat a cockroach. How Rebecca had to get her wisdom teeth out, and it was a messy experience. How they had all gone shopping for secondhand clothing so fresh it might have been pulled straight from the backs of others. Even though these messages were spaced out at roughly 10-minute intervals, it seemed he was describing separate days, weeks, and months even. Another strange thing was how, about near the end of each voicemail, the man concluded with, "We're doing great, and everyone's happy." When it ate into my sleep, I lost every ounce of my patience. I was scared, but I was also fed up. I gave their number another call. "I don't want to hear how great you are doing," I said, "and how happy you are. Do you hear me? No more voicemails." Heavy breathing on the other end. Sounded like more than one person doing it. "I'll ask your forgiveness for not going about this earlier. I'm kind of an old soul, at least when it comes to things like technology." I put my phone on silent, and I finally got around to searching that phone number that was calling me online. You know, seeing if there was anything about it tied to scammers and stuff like that. I didn't find anything online about scammers, but that number was connected to a company that had locations all over. I'm talking about all over the country. And while I won't tell you the name of it, I will tell you that it had the word happiness in it. There wasn't much information online, on the official website, or elsewhere. There were some creepy pictures on the official website, oozing happiness in bright monochromes. From the About section, I wasn't sure whether it was supposed to be a pharmaceutical company or some kind of wellness center. While I was doing all that searching, I had received a bunch of voicemails that I hadn't listened to yet. My phone had been on silent mode. Glancing over from my office chair, I noticed soft blue, red, and yellow in bands, with the yellow flowing around the trees. It was like a painted, uncooked Easter egg that had been broken with the yolk spilling out. Made me think of the last Easter I had spent with my family. I had gotten fussy with my ex about using real eggs this time. She had said, "What other eggs are you supposed to paint?" "They might stink in the sun," I had said. Somehow or other, expletives got flung around. The next thing you know, the kids were crying, throwing their own fits. Next thing you know, the Easter egg hunt was canceled. Like Hemingway describes bankruptcy, it happened gradually and then suddenly, like the breakup in our marriage. Weird how a sunrise through some trees can remind a person of things like that. I guess my mind was on family, largely from all those voicemails from Joey Sr., Family Man of the Year. I pulled up my desk chair to the window and just stared a while. My phone dinged, buzzed. Pretty soon I might be receiving voicemails from work. I'd have to shower and get ready. Sleep and whatever this was had to wait. One thing I learned from the dissolution of our family unit was that the practicalities of life didn't matter. Oh, the people involved with those practicalities pretended to care. But when it came to work, if you didn't show, you got replaced. Didn't matter what was going on in your personal life, and who can blame them? It's all a machine. I showered and got dressed for work. As soon as I opened my front door, I saw them. They were past the apartment complex road and parking lots, back past the manicured magnolia and golden rain trees, up under the wilder canopy of blackjacks and pines. A man, a woman, 2 children, all holding hands. I couldn't hear them, but I could read their lips. Over and over again, rapidly, they were saying, "We're doing great, and everyone's happy." I peered, but couldn't see their faces well above their feverishly working mouths. They wore old clothing, garments that belonged in an attic or left hanging at a yard sale. I peered, but didn't dare step out onto my patio. Cars drove by in the parking lot, clueless to what lurked in the trees. I imagined someone approaching them. I imagined that family jumping out with knives, stabbing and slashing their victim while they chanted over and over, "We're doing great, and everyone's happy." I went inside, locked my door and latched the windows, and got the police on the phone. The person I spoke with became fixated on prank calls and how there wasn't much they could do unless death threats were involved. It's like they completely ignored the part about the family outside my apartment stalking me. "So they're happy, huh? Well, that's good. I'd be more concerned if they weren't." They advised me to just block the number. Problem was, I was afraid if I blocked it, they would do more than stalking. The police didn't even send anyone out. After speaking with them, I found I had just gotten a new voicemail during the conversation. The moisture in my mouth suddenly went into my hands. I played it back. "Hey, still waiting on you. If you want to go head over to the address redacted, you'd meet us there. Then you'd be the one waiting. We can catch up there. Good things are on the horizon. We're doing great, and everyone's happy." That address in the message, I recognized it. I got back on my computer and pulled up my browser history to confirm. It was that company's closest location, the company that the number they were calling from was associated with. And what about the other series of digits in the very first message I had gotten? Now, as I finish typing all this up, I've got a decision to make. I'm not sure how much time is left to make it. That last message seemed especially threatening. Difficult for me to explain. Something in the emphasis, worse maybe, is that I haven't received a single voicemail since the last one. I don't know what that means. I might be okay until nightfall. Until that family is less worried, maybe, about being seen. A part of me just wants to go into work, hoping it'll make me forget about what's going on here. Maybe I can sleep there at the office instead of coming back home. I'm concerned that if I don't go to that location from their last message, they'll do something extreme. But there's something else. Sorry I haven't mentioned it yet. I was trying to get all this down. As I was trying to get it all down, I took breaks to look out the window near my front door. They are out there all right, most of the time, holding hands, mouths moving rapidly. Other times, there's this other thing. Like all that happiness had cast a great big shadow. A tall shape that moves occasionally in the trees past the parking lots. Its arms and legs work like slinkies. Its head slings back and forth like it's trying to free itself from its body. Somehow, I know it isn't very happy at all. I remember seeing the house for the first time. I was a child of 7. My young parents had just bought their first home. I remember hating living in the cramped, dingy apartment we previously inhabited, and opening the door to our new home with wide-eyed wonder. It blew my young mind how spacious this house was. I went upstairs to scope out my bedroom. I was so excited that I was getting my own room and didn't have to share with my infant brother. On my grand tour of my new digs, I finally made it down to our basement. The basement was nothing like the rest of the house. The upstairs was elegant and classy. The basement was cold, metallic, sterile and stinky. The ceiling was lined with ancient pipes, winding in grotesque angles. The floor was covered in rough cement. I recall taking a look at the stairs for the first time and being immediately struck by how odd they were. The stairs were surrounded by drywall, which clashed with the rest of the basement. One particular section of the wall was colored differently than the rest. It stood out like a sore thumb. I inched closer to it and felt the texture of it. It felt very strange. I then knocked on it. A hollow sound pervaded the empty air of the basement. Something about that sound immediately put me ill at ease. I walked up the stairs as I could hear the same hollow sound echo in the emptiness of the basement. As we settled into our new home, I began to get comfortable with my surroundings. The house began to feel familiar. Everywhere, that is, except for the basement. It just always put me off, and I avoided going down there as best as I could. Our family couldn't be happier. My loving father and mother doted over me and my little brother. My life was perfect. Then it began. I would hear errant noises. When I pointed them out to my parents, they told me the old standby that the house was settling. One night in particular indicated that something wasn't right. I snuck downstairs to the kitchen for a late night snack. As I closed the refrigerator, I heard a tapping sound cut through the silence of the night. I craned my head to see if I could pinpoint where the sound was coming from. Dread began to wash over me as I realized That tapping was coming from the basement. I inched my way over to the basement door. I opened it to see the blackness of the depths below. My ears perked up. There it was again, that hollow tapping sound. The same sound I heard on my initial visit to the basement from hitting the drywall. I turned on the lights, steeling myself to go down the stairs and investigate. The tapping continued as I took the first step. Fear overtook me. I ran back to my room and hid under my covers until the morning light gave way to a new day. I remember walking down the stairs, being the first one up and about. I ran to the living room to play Nintendo. On my way, I passed the door to the basement. It was shut. Though I was in a state of near panic when I ran from it the previous night, I distinctly remember leaving my door open and not turning off the lights. I rationalized that my mother or father must have gone down there for some reason, and I lost myself in Super Mario Bros. 3. Later, I mentioned the incident to my parents, and they just assured me that what I had heard was the sound of the hot water heater clicking on at night. I knew better, but welcomed a logical explanation. About a month after the move, my mother asked me to run downstairs and grab a load of socks out of the dryer in the basement. I reluctantly told her that I would. It was the middle of the day, and enough time had passed to dull the fear that I had felt a week prior. I turned on the lights. I ran down the stairs, hearing the hollow sound echo with my footsteps. A cold sweat started to form on me. The smell hit my nose as I reached the last step. I made my way to the dryer and grabbed a basket. I pulled the socks out hastily and shoved them into the basket. After I shut the door to the dryer, I surveyed my surroundings. The stillness of the basement was so eerie. Then I heard it, a faintly audible whisper. At first, I thought it was somebody calling from upstairs, their voice scarcely making it down into the basement. However, this was not the case. That sound was coming from the basement, specifically from under the stairs. As I stood frozen with fear, it began to increase in volume, but still remained barely above the threshold of human perception. What was being said, incomprehensible to my young ears. Then it stopped as quickly as it began. I moved toward the stairs, keeping my eye on the oddly colored portion of the drywall. As I took my first step to escape this ever-growing nightmare, the most profoundly terrifying moment in my life occurred. A loud, hollow bang shook the stairs, almost knocking me to the ground. I ran up the stairs as fast as my legs would carry me. Through tears and shaking uncontrollably, I told my parents what happened. They tried their best to calm me, but nothing they said could ease my mind. I told them in no uncertain terms that I would never go down to the basement again. They must have been convinced of how terrified I was, because they honored my request and never sent me down there again. After another 3 months in the house, things returned to normalcy for me, and honestly, there was about a 2-week period where I was happy again. This would be the last time happiness would exist in my life. Or my family's, for that matter. One moment in particular comes to mind. I remember lifting up little Jonathan above my head, lovingly, as his pacifier fell out of his mouth and brushed against my nose. I pulled him in for a big bear hug, and I remember how he smelled. That wonderful smell that only babies emit. I was so content. It all came crashing down for me and my parents the night of July 2nd, 1991. That is the day Jonathan went missing. A ransom note was scrawled in barely legible English and left in his bed, demanding $20,000 in cash. It informed my parents that if they contacted the police, they would kill him. My mother and father took to their room and argued loudly and emotionally over whether or not to call the police, as I listened with tears streaming down my face. My mother eventually wore down my father, and the police were called. Seeing as the location of the drop and time were indicated on the note, the police set up a wiretap just in case the kidnapper decided to call. I asked my parents and the police if they had thoroughly searched the house in case he was still there. They assured me that they had, and that Jonathan would be fine after the drop. But the seed of an idea was already growing in my mind. It would blossom throughout the rest of my life. My parents followed the instructions to a T. They dropped off the money and then waited in the location where they were supposed to pick up Jonathan. He never came. Needless to say, this tore my family apart. As the weeks passed and there was no news about Jonathan, my young, vibrant parents became husks of their former selves. My mother especially. She blamed herself for getting the police involved and believed that to be the reason Jonathan was not returned. One night as she was sobbing alone in shambles, clutching a bottle of wine, I finally decided to divulge to her the theory that had been brewing inside of my skull. I told her that I thought it was whoever, or whatever for that matter, was under the stairs that had gotten Jonathan, and that maybe he was still alive. She slapped me across my face so hard that I saw stars. She screamed at me, the guilt expressing itself as rage. She told me to stop the childish crap and just accept that Jonathan was taken out of the house by some sicko, and that he was dead. My childhood died that day. I remember contemplating taking a hammer and exposing whatever was under the stairs myself, but the fear of childhood was just too overwhelming for me to actually do it, let alone step one stair down into that basement. My family moved shortly after this incident. I remember looking to the future with what might resemble optimism, only to have it come crashing down yet again. My parents divorced. The grief was too much to share, and not a year after that, my mother took her own life. The guilt must have just overwhelmed her. My father did his best to raise me, but Jonathan's long shadow always hung over our lives. 20 years later, I began to think long and hard about my little brother's disappearance and how angry it made me. My family had a chance at a normal and fulfilling life, and it was snuffed out in an instant by whoever took him. I wasn't just robbed of a little brother. I was robbed of any chance of happiness. As I grew up, I accepted the official story of what happened. But lately, curiosity began to get the better of me. I began driving past the old house. Seeing that it was currently vacant, ideas began to swirl in my mind. So I broke into the house, bolstered by alcohol. I decided to do it, knowing I would likely find nothing under the basement stairs, but hoping that this would close a too long chapter in my life and allow me to finally move on. To my dismay, the stairs sounded exactly the same as I remembered, a hollow sound pervading the emptiness of the basement. I stared at the spot in the drywall, still discolored, still just as ominous as when I was a child. However, fear was not going to stop me now. In fact, I was feeling the opposite. I was feeling a courage I hadn't felt in a long time. The moment of truth was upon me. With all the force within me, emboldened by years of pent-up rage, I ran towards the wall shoulder first. The drywall came crashing down around me. I opened my eyes as my bravery was immediately eroded and turned into absolute horror. Bones. Bones everywhere. My horror increased to unimaginable heights as I surveyed the tight space, seeing the myriad of skeletons strewn about. The light played menacingly on their tiny frames. Tattered pieces of paper were scattered about, with God only knows what written on them. There must have been the remains of 20 to 30 children. My fright reached a crescendo when I realized that with no exceptions, they were all missing their skulls. One particularly tiny one begged for my attention. I became weak in the knees and fell backward when I saw what were unmistakably bite marks up and down the tiny forearm. As I hit the ground, I expected to hear a dull thud as I landed on the concrete. Instead, I heard a hollow sound. I looked to see what I had landed on. A trapdoor. Finding new courage, summoning strength I didn't know I had, I opened it. Below me lay a dark tunnel, a crawl space that could barely fit a person lying on their stomach. The dank smell wafting upward made me reluctant, but I knew what I had to do. Before I was conscious of what my muscles were doing, I found myself crawling through the darkness toward whatever lay on the other side. As I reached the end of the tunnel, I looked up to see a sliver of light cutting through the darkness. With trepidation, I pushed upward. Cautiously, I poked my head up. To my surprise, the tunnel had led to the other side of the stairs. I crawled out to find myself in the corner of the basement, facing the stairs behind a dryer covered in years of dust. The implications of all this sent my mind reeling, but before I could form a coherent thought, the lights turned off in the basement. My heart caught in my throat as I began to hear someone descending the stairs. Slow but sure steps announced I was no longer alone. With every thud, my heart skipped a beat. I began to hear that incomprehensible whispering. The familiarity reignited the fear and woe of my lost childhood. Worrying the darkness would not adequately hide me, I sought cover by ducking behind the dryer, not willing to take the risk of catching a glimpse, though every fiber of my being screamed to do so. Panic began to set in. What am I going to do when he, or whoever it is, discovers his lair has been revealed? While I was mulling over my options, the screaming began. I say scream as a frame of reference, but there is no way to truly describe the guttural noises that I heard. The sounds smashing the silence of the basement were so bone-chilling, so surreal as to defy description. He had clearly discovered his perverse sanctuary had been disturbed. Before I knew it, I was up the stairs running for my life. I made it to my car, too scared to turn around. With all of my muscles working, I opened the door and put the key in the ignition in one swift movement. As my car sprang to life under the streetlight, a shadow fell over my car. I gunned it, never once looking back, flooring the accelerator to the local police precinct. I breathlessly tried to explain to the attending officer what had occurred and collapsed to the floor mid-sentence. Now it is a month later, The day after my discovery, the police launched an investigation and quickly made the same gruesome discovery. I was thanked profusely by the police and the community for what I had found, with officers telling me they were going to be able to close the books on multiple missing person cases. However, they were not able to find the perpetrator of these heinous crimes. They began to test the DNA of the bodies. A profound sense of relief overcame me when I received the call informing me that one of the tiny skeletons belonged to Jonathan. I shared the news with my father. The look of relief on his face tugged at my heart. The burden he had carried for so many years was lifted. We hugged as tears filled both of our eyes. However, the relief has been short-lived. The thing that keeps me up at night is that whoever did this is still out there. The question that plagues my mind is whether this monster is literal or figurative. Either way, I hope I never find out. I had always known the 1964 Ford Mustang to be my grandpa's pride and joy. He barely let anyone else touch it, let alone drive it. I think he had bought it when it was brand new. He had probably paid a fair bit for it back then, but it was probably worth a lot more new. It was still in pristine condition because of the love and care that my grandpa showed it. Most weekends, you would find him washing the car and giving it a good polish. He did most of the mechanical work himself, too. I don't think he would trust anyone else to work on it. I'm not a huge car person myself, so I don't fully understand my grandpa's obsession with the vehicle. But I have seen the joy it has brought him, and I always like to see him happy. He lost a bit of his natural charm and joy when Grandma died a few years ago. But whenever I see him tinkering with the Mustang and see the smile on his face and the twinkle in his eyes, I begin to understand his passion for the car. My grandpa has always been slightly different. Don't get me wrong, he is a great man, a great father figure to me, and a usually bright and cheery fellow. I guess what makes him a bit different is how particular he is about certain things. Everything needs to be done in a certain order or a certain way, and he can get quite frustrated if you don't follow his peculiar way of doing something. I remember when I was little while visiting my grandparents, Grandpa tried to teach me that the only way to brush your teeth was by first squeezing the toothpaste into your mouth and then start brushing. Or the other time when he insisted that the only way to get rid of the hiccups was to swallow a teaspoon of honey and then jump up and down 10 times. He has plenty of other strange customs and methods too. Whether it's always locking the basement door and not allowing anyone down there because you will let the sand out, whatever that means, or the fact that he hated the song Under the Boardwalk, so much so that he banned any mention of it. So, I guess that pretty much sums up my grandpa. A bit of a strange man with a bit of a strange obsession with his car. That's why I was so surprised when he actually let me drive it. It was one early morning. I had come around to visit him and try to get a few odd jobs done that he was no longer capable of doing himself. He was getting older, and I wanted to be a good grandson and help him out. When I arrived that morning, he answered the door still in his dressing gown. He invited me inside and asked if I wouldn't mind waiting for him in the kitchen. He was going to finish getting ready, but that he was probably going to be another 10 minutes or so. I made my way to the kitchen and sat down on one of the rock-hard wooden chairs that sat around the large kitchen table. Sitting in front of me was yesterday's newspaper, so I picked it up and started to read. I quickly skimmed the headline, "Farmer claims to have seen Bigfoot on Shepherd's Road." I then read an article about the disappearance of Sandy Frazier, a woman who went missing over 40 years ago, and I was halfway through reading about the hitchhiker killer when Grandpa entered the kitchen. He was now dressed in an old pair of long pants, a dull green shirt, and a woolen vest that sat over the top of the shirt. I almost immediately noticed that he had his hand held up high and grasped a set of keys.
"Today's your lucky day, champ,"
he said to me with a grin.
"You get to drive the old girl."
At first, I couldn't believe what I had just heard. Had he really just said that I could drive the Mustang? Grandpa then walked closer to me and placed the keys into the palm of my hand. I felt the cold metal on my fingers, and I knew that he was serious. I was going to get to drive the car.
"I need you to collect a few things for me today,"
Grandpa then told me.
"Now, as you know, I'm getting a bit too old to be driving here, there, and everywhere, so I think you should do it. Besides, it would be best if you get a little practice driving in the Ford. You know, just in case someone leaves you one in their will."
As he finished the sentence, Grandpa gave me a slight smirk, and I swear that I saw him give me a wink. I was getting the car in the will? I really couldn't believe this. I must have been staring at him in disbelief because he then began to speak again.
"Of course, you didn't hear that from me,"
he said with a bit of a chuckle.
"And of course, I will need to teach you a few things about driving her before you set off today."
So that's how I spent the next hour and a half learning all about the car's features and the best way to drive it. I learned how I should only adjust the mirrors whilst wearing gloves so that I didn't leave grubby fingerprints. And I learned that I should only use the windscreen wipers if it is an emergency. I also found out that the old AM radio no longer worked, and that was a good thing because listening to the radio while driving is a big distraction. I nodded and agreed to everything that Grandpa was telling me, but deep down, I think we both knew I wasn't actually going to follow his advice. The last thing he said to me was I needed to visit the shops that were in town, and the best way to go to get there was down Shepherd's Road. Shepherd's Road is a small and narrow dirt road that used to be the main way into town, but once the highway was built, it pretty much became obsolete. But Grandpa still swears that it is the best way to travel to town. I agreed that I would drive down Shepherd's Road instead of taking the smoother and much faster highway. After my long and not very informative lecture was over, it was time to hit the road. I hopped into the Mustang and fired her up. She roared into life, and I immediately understood Grandpa's love for the car. There was something about the way she sounded and the way that it felt while sitting in the driver's seat that made me feel powerful, a feeling I could get used to. I gave Grandpa a wave and took off slowly, trying to show him that I was taking care of his pride and joy. Once he was out of sight, however, I put my foot down and started to have a bit more fun with the car. I made my way onto the dirt path known as Shepherd's Road, and before long, I was staring at the windy, dusty road. For a second, I thought about turning around and heading for the highway, but decided against it. He would know I took the highway if I returned in a sparkling, clean car and not a dusty and dirty car that would instantly need washing. So, I bit the bullet and started down Shepherd's Road. It was bumpy. My God, it was bumpy. I felt every little jolt and bounce, and it felt like I was operating a jackhammer, not driving a car. I persevered though, and continued bouncing my way down the road. I didn't see any other car or living soul. Most people were smart enough to take the highway. I continued bouncing around in my seat for what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 minutes or so, when I saw her. She was walking down the center of the road. She was wearing an olden-style stripy frock. She was walking the same way I was traveling, so I couldn't see her face. All I could see was the back of the frock she was wearing and the low-heeled shoes that she was wearing on her feet. She was walking slowly, seemingly minding her own business. I don't think she heard me coming up behind her because she didn't turn around to look at me or acknowledge that I was there. I slowed the Mustang down and slowly approached the walking woman. Maybe I could give her a lift, I thought, but my mind wandered back to the newspaper I had read that morning. The words "hitchhiker killer" entered my mind, and I thought better of stopping and letting her in the car. I was now maybe 10 meters or so away from this woman, and I began to drive out wide, trying to get the car as far away from her as possible. That's when the radio in the front of the Mustang fired up and began to play. Under the Boardwalk came blaring out of the speakers. It frightened me, and I jumped in my seat, this time because of the fear and not because of the bumpy road. I thought the radio was broken, but here it was, playing as clear and as loud as it would have when the car was new. "We'll be having some fun under the boardwalk," the radio sung. I looked down for a moment, trying to figure out how to turn the stupid thing down, but I couldn't figure it out. I looked up at the road once more. I was now almost level with the walking woman, who still didn't appear to have noticed me. I was about to steer the car outwards just a little bit more to make sure that I wouldn't hit her, when I felt the steering wheel spin in my hands. It was spinning the other way. It was steering the car straight into the woman. The car was now directly in line with the woman. I quickly tried to find the brake with my foot, but as I lifted my foot off the accelerator, I felt it pushed down all by itself. The car lurched forward, accelerating quickly. I heard the thud first, and then saw the woman crash into the windscreen. Small cracks appeared where she struck the glass. She then rolled back off the windscreen onto the front of the car, then finally off the hood and onto the ground below. I had just hit someone. I didn't mean to. The car had done it itself. I was sure of it. It was the one that swerved and sped into her. That didn't matter now, though. I was the one driving, so I was the one responsible. I sat there for a moment, unsure of what to do. I looked to the front of the car, and I could see the woman's legs poking out from the front of the car. They were unmoving. I reached for the door handle, pulled it, and got out of the car. I slowly walked to the front of the car and looked around and saw her lying there, in a pool of her own blood. The whole front of the car was covered in blood, and my first thought was, that definitely needs cleaning. I looked down at the woman, and that's when I realized I recognized her. I had seen her just that morning, not in person, but a photo of her. It was Sandy Frazier, the woman who had disappeared all those years ago. There was something strange about her, though. She still looked young, exactly like she did in the photo in the newspaper. She hadn't aged a day. This was very strange, and I really didn't know what to think. All I knew was that Grandpa was right. The radio was incredibly distracting while driving. If it hadn't started playing that bloody song, then none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have tried to turn it down, and I wouldn't have hit this woman. But the fact remained the same. I had hit this woman. Now the question was, what do I do with her now? I really don't know what I was thinking when I made this decision, but I decided that the best course of action was to pick up her body and place it into the trunk of the car. I walked over to the body lying in the road, bent down and scooped her up. She was a lot heavier than she looked, but with a bit of effort, I managed to lift her and walk her to the back of the car. I had to put her down again to open up the trunk, but once it was open, I lifted her once again and managed to stuff her body inside. I was closing the trunk when I saw it. I could have sworn, just as the trunk closed, I saw Sandy open one of her eyes. But that wasn't an issue for now. I could deal with that later. The trunk was already closed, and so I made my way back to the front of the car and hopped back inside. I started up the Mustang again, and it roared into life. I closed my eyes for a second, and then reopened them, and found myself staring at the start of a dusty road and the street sign that read, Shepherd's Road. I was back at the start of the road. In fact, I don't think I had even begun my journey down there yet. My windscreen was still in pristine condition. There was not a crack in sight. I felt as if I had just blacked out and everything I had just experienced was not real. Well, actually, I think it was me, but it felt like it wasn't my experience. I felt as if I now knew exactly what happened to Sandy Frazier all those years ago. I'm not sure whether or not somehow the car showed me my grandpa's experience, his memory, or whether it was something else. But all I know is that I now knew something that only me and one other person knew. Now I had to decide, do I tell someone? Or do I continue to hide this secret? My great aunt Grace was a remarkable woman. Though she had been blind since her 20s, she never let her lack of sight define her. Grace lived alone in a small house deep in the southern woods, not far from an old prison. She often joked that being blind made her world quieter, easier to manage, but she admitted that sometimes silence could be a curse. One summer evening, Grace sat in her favorite chair by the radio, her fingers resting lightly on the wooden armrest. The radio was her lifeline to the outside world, and she loved her evening programs. That night, however, her routine was interrupted by a sudden news bulletin. Authorities are warning residents to stay vigilant. A prisoner has escaped from a nearby penitentiary. The man is considered dangerous. Grace sat motionless as the words sank in. She couldn't see her surroundings, but she could feel the walls of her little house closing in. Her fingers gripped the armrests tighter as she leaned toward the radio, listening for more. When the broadcast ended, silence crept back into the room. But now it felt suffocating, filled with invisible weight. Taking a deep breath, she stood and moved to the front door, her hand brushing lightly against the familiar surface of her walking stick. She reached the door and felt for the deadbolt, sliding it into place. From there, she went window to window, her fingers trailing along the frames to ensure every latch was secure. Her hands knew every inch of her home, and she relied on touch the way others relied on sight. She double-checked each lock, her heart beating faster with each quiet click. When she was satisfied the house was secure, she went to her bedroom. The air felt heavy tonight. It was thicker somehow, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something felt off. She felt the edge of her bed with her hand and sat down slowly, the mattress sagging slightly under her weight. But as soon as she sat, her heart stopped. She felt as if there was a shift beneath her. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable nonetheless. Something under the bed moved. Grace froze, her breath catching in her throat, her ears strained against the silence. listening for anything, any movement, any sound at all. But all she could hear was her own shallow breathing. Her fingers brushed against her walking stick again, and she gripped it tightly. She stood, her movements deliberate and quiet, every muscle in her body tense. Her bare feet barely made a sound as she backed away from the bed, her other hand brushing against the edge of the dresser until it found the smooth, familiar shape of the phone. Her fingers trembled as she dialed the operator. "Hello, this is Grace Warner," she whispered, her voice steady despite the terror crawling up her spine. "I need the police. There's someone in my house." The minutes dragged on, each one stretching into eternity. Grace stood motionless in the corner of the room, clutching her walking stick like a lifeline. She heard nothing. The silence pressed against her ears, but she could feel something, a presence, something in the room. She didn't need her eyes to know. She was not alone. Finally, the sound of tires crunching on gravel broke the suffocating silence. Relief washed over her as she heard the heavy footsteps of the police entering the house. She called out to them, directing them to the bedroom. One of the officers knelt down and lifted the edge of the mattress. The room was silent for a moment, and then came the sharp, commanding voice of the officer. "Come out with your hands where I can see them." There was a scuffle, followed by a clatter of handcuffs. Grace's legs buckled, and she sank into a chair, her walking stick falling to the floor. She couldn't see what was happening, but the tension in the air told her enough. The officers escorted the man out of her house, and one of them returned to explain. "I believe this is the man that disappeared from the prison, ma'am. I'm sure you know that he was under your bed. Is that right, ma'am? It appears he took one of your kitchen knives. My guess is he was waiting for you to fall asleep, ma'am." The words sent a cold wave of terror through her body. Grace sat in stunned silence, gripping the armrests of her chair until her knuckles ached. The man had been right there, inches from where she had been standing. He must have heard her call the police, and yet he did nothing. She couldn't see him, but she could feel the echo of his presence the whole time. The police eventually left, and Grace closed the door behind them. She told herself it was over, that she was safe, but the house didn't feel like it should. It didn't feel like her comfortable safe haven anymore. The walls seemed to press in again. Grace eventually managed to lie down, exhaustion pulling her into a restless sleep. But her rest was shattered just a few hours later, when in the dead of night, she heard her front door open. The noise jolted her awake, her heart hammering in her chest. She quickly sat up, grabbed her walking stick, and stumbled out of bed, her feet finding the floor with urgent purpose. Her hands felt their way along the walls as she moved toward the front door, her ears straining for any sound. The door was wide open, the cold night air flowing through freely. Her fingers found the lock, and she bolted the door, her movements shaky. She stood there for a moment, listening, but the house was silent. She heard nothing. Grace made her way to the kitchen, her hand trailing along the counter until it found a knife block. One by one, she ran her fingers over the knives, counting, making sure each one was in place. And they all were, including the one that the police had returned to her earlier. She was flooded with relief, but it was fleeting. Something still felt wrong. She was sure she locked that door. She stood in the kitchen for what felt like forever, her fingers brushing over the counter, her ears searching for any hint of movement. Normally, even if somebody didn't make a move, her sense of hearing was so heightened that she could tell if someone was in the room with her. Eventually, she convinced herself it was her imagination and returned to her bedroom, locking the door behind her once more. When morning came, the sunlight did little to ease her fears. Grace moved cautiously through the house, her fingers brushing up against familiar surfaces as she made her way back to the kitchen. She had breakfast on her mind. As she reached the counter, the radio crackled to life again with another news bulletin. The inmate who was apprehended last night has escaped custody once again. Authorities are urging residents to remain on high alert. She froze, the blood draining from her face. Slowly, she reached for the knife block. Her fingers brushed the smooth wood and then moved to where the knives should have been. But they were not there. She felt the countertop and found that all of the knives were splayed out across the counter, each one lying in a different direction. All except one. The same knife the police had returned to her was missing. Grace's stomach churned as she backed away, her mind racing. She never found that knife, and as far as she knows, the man was never found either. But she could feel his presence, lingering in the heavy silence of her little house. This happened a few years ago, and I get chills every time I think about it. It wasn't one of those over-the-top dramatic things you see in a horror movie. It started off so normal, so mundane, that at first I didn't even think anything of it. But by the end of the night, I was questioning everything. It started with me trying to call my parents. I don't even remember why I needed to get a hold of them. Maybe to ask if they had my old toolbox, or if my mom had a recipe that I had forgotten. I called my mom's cell phone first. It rang a few times and then went to voicemail. Then I tried my dad's. Same thing. That wasn't unusual for them. They've never been great about keeping their phones nearby, so I just figured they were busy, or hadn't heard that ring. I decided to call the house phone. That landline never failed. It was their go-to for everything. If I needed to reach them, that was the surest way. I dialed, and after a couple of rings, someone picked up the phone. "Hello," I said, assuming that it was my mom or dad. At first, I didn't hear anything, just a faint crackling, like static. I thought maybe the connection was bad, so I said, "Mom? Dad? Are you there? Hello?" There was no response, just more static. And then something else. It was faint, but it was there. It was some kind of whispering sound. It wasn't clear enough to make out words, but it sounded like more than one voice, like overlapping. They were all speaking at once. It sounded really weird. Low and distorted, like it was coming through an old broken radio. My stomach dropped a bit. "Mom," I said again, louder this time, my voice a little bit shaky. "Dad?" The whispering didn't stop. If anything, it got louder. It wasn't frantic or angry, it was just calm. And that somehow made it even worse. I sat there gripping the phone. After about 10 seconds, the line went dead. I stared at the phone, my heart pounding. My parents live alone. No one else should have picked up that phone. I tried calling back, but this time there was no answer. I told myself it was probably just a weird interference or bad connection or something. Maybe I had imagined the whispering, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. After sitting there for a while, overthinking and freaking myself out, I grabbed my car keys. Their house was only about 15 minutes away. I figured I would just stop by and make sure they were okay. It was probably nothing, right? It had to be nothing. The drive felt longer than usual. The roads were empty and the streetlights didn't seem as bright as they normally did. My headlights cut through the darkness and every shadow felt deep and sharp. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone sitting in my back seat for some reason. By the time I pulled into their driveway, my nerves were shot. At first, everything looked normal. The porch light was on, and I could see the faint glow of the living room light, which was also on. Their cars were not in the driveway though, which made sense if they were out. But still, something about the house felt off. Like it was quiet. A little bit too quiet, if you know what I mean. I walked up to the front door, trying to shake off the uneasiness. I knocked, the sound echoing through the night. The second that my fist hit the wood, the living room light turned off. I froze. My hand was still midair, and for a moment, I stopped breathing. The porch light stayed on, but for some reason, the living room light turning off was terrifying. I can't really explain why. I just didn't expect it. The entire house was plunged into darkness. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. "Mom? Dad?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Hello? Are you guys home?" No answer. I knocked again, harder this time, but nothing happened. Every instinct in my body was screaming to leave. I reached for the doorknob, and it was locked. I did have a key, but something was telling me not to use it. I backed away from the front door, my eyes fixed on the darkened windows. I couldn't see anything, but I knew there was someone inside that house. I turned and hurried back to my car, my legs shaking with every step. When I got in and locked the doors, I sat there for a moment, staring at the dark windows. The porch light flickered slightly, and I thought I saw a shadow shift inside. I didn't stick around to see anything more. I started the engine and drove off, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly, my knuckles hurt. When I got home, I called my parents again, and this time my mom answered. "Mom," I said, relief flooding my voice. "Where have you guys been? I was just there. I've been trying to call you." She sounded confused. "We were at the movies, sweetie," she said. "Why? What's going on?" "You've been gone? Since when?" "I don't know. I think we left around 7:30. The movie started at 8:30, she said. "Why? What's wrong?" I didn't know what to say. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had happened. Nothing, I lied. I just couldn't get a hold of you and I was just a little worried. I don't know why. Just forget it. After I hung up, I sat there in silence, staring at my phone. If they had been gone the whole time, who picked up the phone when I called? And who turned off the living room light when I knocked on the front door? The next morning, I decided to go back to their house during the daytime. I told myself it would feel less scary in the sun, But as soon as I pulled into their driveway, that same feeling hit me again. The house looked normal, but it really felt like someone was inside that should not be there. I went inside the house and checked every room, every closet, every corner, everywhere. Everything was normal in its place. Nothing was out of the ordinary at all. But the air felt heavy, like the house was holding its breath. That probably doesn't make much sense, but that's how it felt. I walked down the hallway, and just for a moment, I thought I heard it again, that faint, distorted whispering sound. I bolted out of there without looking back. I didn't tell my parents what happened. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding crazy, but I haven't been back there alone since. Whatever or whoever it was that answered the phone, and whoever turned off that light, I don't think it wanted me to leave, but I'm glad I did. Sometimes late at night, I lay in my bed and wonder, what would have happened if I pulled that key out of my pocket and went inside that house? This happened recently, and even now it still gives me the chills. I was home alone with my dog, Max, and two of my friend Sarah's dogs, Luna and Miko. Sarah had begged me to watch them while she went on a weekend getaway, and since I had the space, I agreed. 3 dogs at once was kind of a lot, but they were good company. It was supposed to be just another quiet evening at the house. That's what it was supposed to be anyway. The dogs had been lounging in the living room with me while I scrolled. Max was curled up at my feet like usual. Luna was stretched out by the couch and Miko was snoring softly near the TV stand. Everything was fine, but then all of a sudden they all looked up at the same exact time. I looked up too, a little startled, wondering what they were doing. All 3 dogs had their ears perked. Their bodies looked tense, and they were staring up at the loft. I felt a small ripple of unease, but I brushed it off. "What's the matter, guys?" I said, my voice a little nervous. The loft was just a storage space, but it was dark and quiet up there. Just then, Max let out a low growl, and then suddenly followed by sharp, frantic barks from Luna and Miko. They were losing their minds, barking like they had seen something. Or someone. "Hey, calm down, stop, stop!" I tried to get them to stop, but my own voice was shaky. I glanced up towards the loft again, but there was nothing there that I could see. Just shadows, and the vague outline of boxes and furniture. The dogs did not care. They were fixated on something that I couldn't see, barking as if their lives depended on it. And then I heard it. Bark. The voice was soft and calm, almost amused, like someone was mocking them or mocking me. Obviously, yes, it came from the loft. Clear as day. My breath caught in my throat, and goosebumps appeared on my skin. I froze. Did I imagine this? There's no way. No, it was too real. The dogs heard it too, because they absolutely lost their minds, barking even louder and backing away from the loft. They were scared, and seeing them scared was terrifying. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing. There's no way that someone's up there. Maybe the sound carried from outside. Maybe it was some kind of echo. But deep down, I knew better. That voice wasn't mine, and there was no one else supposed to be in this house. "Hello?" I called out, hating how small my voice sounded. No response. The dogs kept barking, their eyes glued to the loft. My heart was pounding so hard in my chest, I thought I might have a heart attack. I felt like a kid again, afraid of the monster under the bed, except now it was real. I didn't stick around to figure this out. I grabbed the dog's leashes with shaking hands. We're going for a walk, come on, we're going for a walk. They didn't need convincing. We were out the door in less than a minute. Once we were outside, the cold air hit me hard, and I realized how fast I had been breathing. The street lights were casting shadows across the pavement. Every sound I heard, rustling leaves, cars, they all made me jump, which was not normal. I was just so on edge. I kept glancing back at the house, half expecting to see someone watching us from the window. I walked for a long time, trying to shake off the fear, telling myself that I was being ridiculous. The dogs calmed down instantly as soon as we went outside, but I wasn't. That voice played over and over in my head. It wasn't just the word, it was the way it was said. Calm, playful, like whoever it was wanted me to know they were there. When I finally made my way back to the house, it was late. The house looked even darker than it did before. I hesitated at the door, debating whether I should just drive to a motel for the night or something. But I told myself, I'm being ridiculous. There's no one in there. I would lock all the doors, turn on all the lights, and everything would be just fine. Stepping inside, I immediately flipped every switch I could reach, flooding the house with light. The dogs stuck close to me, their usual playful energy replaced with quiet nervousness. I stared up at the loft, my heart racing, but it was empty, at least as far as I could see. I grabbed a flashlight from the closet by the kitchen, and I forced myself to climb those stairs. My hands were soaking wet, and I felt like I was walking into a horror movie. The loft was just as it was supposed to be. Boxes, furniture, some old blankets stacked in the corner. Nothing seemed out of place, but it didn't feel right. The air up there was heavy, like something was watching me from somewhere. I didn't stay long. I hurried back downstairs, locked every door and window, and tried to convince myself that it was all in my head. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I definitely heard someone say bark. Someone had been there. I didn't sleep well that night, as you can imagine. I don't think the dogs did either. The next morning, I called Sarah and told her that I couldn't watch her dogs anymore. I didn't explain why. How do you tell someone their dogs heard a voice in your house? She didn't ask many questions. She just picked them up later that day. Even now, I can't stop thinking about that voice. It wasn't angry or threatening. It was somehow worse. It was playful, which is somehow much more terrifying. They wanted me to know they were there, but they didn't need to. So why did they? I haven't been back there since, and Sarah has never mentioned that she experienced anything similar in her house. But still, I can't shake the feeling that there's something there, or someone there, waiting. And that's the scariest part. I could feel and hear my husband on my left and my cat's body on my right. I could hear my ambient sound box that I use every night to help me sleep. I could hear the fans of my air purifier and small electric heater. Then I felt sweat slip down my face and neck. I could feel that my hair was completely soaked. My eyes are still closed, but it was like being out in the sun. Everything was red, not black. What's happening to me? I immediately began to instinctively rub my eyes, but nothing was changing. I opened my eyes and whoa, I got the chills and goosebumps, plus a lovely pang of fear in my belly, thinking about what happened last night. I then felt my hair, and I couldn't believe that everywhere else in my body was dry, except my head. I saw a red light coming from the furthest left corner of my room. It was so bizarre. Usually my room has a faint glow of yellow in that corner because of the night light I have in my bathroom. But why is it so red and bright now? Also, the far right corner is where I have my air purifier that emits a blue glow, and my heater has a faint glow that I can only see from my bed when I walk past it. I rub my eyes again. The red glow is still there. I scan the room and it's not my room. Why am I not in my room? What is going on with me? I close my eyes in fear, and I can see through my eyelids. The red light and the strange wooden dresser, a faint pattern on the wall, like floral wallpaper. I blink and rub my eyes and try to distinguish whether they are closed or not. I can see this phantom room. Am I trapped here? Is this some glitch of quantum multiverse? A past life? Come on, I said to myself. I don't believe that. What's wrong with me? What is happening? I was able to move myself completely, so I knew I wasn't dreaming. I rolled over and buried my face into my husband's armpit. Blackness. I was starting to panic. I could only hear my heartbeat. I lifted my head so I could look again. Surely everything will be back to normal, I thought. I am holding on to my husband. Everything will be fine, right? No. I gazed up slowly. I could still see the redness in the strange room. What the hell? Wait, what is that? I am going to try the best I can to describe this so that you can visualize. Now, even though there's this red glow of light in a different bedroom, it's still dark, and that darkness turned into these black, shiny, wiggly beings. The thickest part was their head to hold their white, glowing eyes, and there's more than just a few pairs of eyes looking at me. And the more I look, the closer they got. I closed my eyes. I couldn't see them, but I could still see the room through my eyelids. My blood feels like ice, but I can feel sweat on my face. The largest of the creatures, he is wavy, black, wispy but shiny, and has thick body limbs. It's right there. It's starting to move closer. I can see its body swirling onto my bed, over the top of my husband. This can't be real. I buried my face back into my husband and pulled the blanket up. I tried to calm myself down, tell myself that something must be wrong. I must be sick. I talked myself down and fell back asleep. I was woken up by my husband snoring multiple times, and each time I was awoken, the same red light, same strange bedroom, and my eyes are closed. I turned to my left and held onto my cat, because her love feels like safety. I kept my eyes closed the whole time that I was moving myself. I held onto my cat, got comfortable, and decided to open my eyes again. The bastards are still looking at me and swirling around in this strange room. My husband begins to snore again, and I am saying to myself, I am never going to sleep like this. It's complete chaos. He's waking me up, and I am hallucinating. I kept my eyes as closed as I could and told him to go sleep on the couch. This is a regular occurrence because his snoring is out of control. I am also a very light sleeper. I have 2 kids, and I will admit, I never felt like I had a good night's sleep since they were born, and they are grown. He tells me okay, and then leaves. No more interruptions. It's 4:30 a.m. I will surely sleep until the sun comes up, and this will all go away. I get comfortable and fall back asleep. 5:30 a.m. I hear my name. The voice was human-like and very monotone. Tara. Tara. Oh my God, this can't be happening. I started experiencing mild sleep paralysis, slowly waking up and feeling like I can't move. And I start screaming, because that's it. This has gone too far. This thing is calling my name and swirling around. I have to get out of here. I scream and yell. I call my husband's name with my eyes tightly closed, and he doesn't come. I turn over, grab my cat again, pull the covers over my head, and start to think. There has to be a logical explanation. Wait, it has to be the medicine. My doctor prescribed muscle relaxers to help me sleep with my back pain. I don't know what's in this medication. Whatever it is apparently does a lot more than relax muscles. I have taken acid and mushrooms and never experienced a complete visual takeover. Well, Doc, I won't be taking this medication again, because whatever was happening to me last night, I never want to go there again, and I never want to meet those creatures again. Compelled, I completed a clandestine operation focused on cleaning the floor of this disgusting bathroom. I can't have a work of art like this overshadowed by a haven of feces and narcotic discards. I need the focus centered on my subject. The ivory floor perfectly complements the gray matter that is laying down in a Christ-like pose. A now pristine layer of ivory greets the back of the man whose maw is obscured by a lunar creature, a lunar moth to be more specific. The absolute jubilation in these moments will never be knocked down, even if the authorities remove it. Gears are turning from the outside world, restless public opinion, restless insanity, and cognition. No one can understand what to make of this display of brutality, public or otherwise. I'll get right to the question at hand. Yes, I may be deranged. I may be thought of as a threat to society. I may even be considered antisocial. In fact, I have been officially diagnosed as being borderline personality and sociopathic. With a duo of diagnoses like that, I probably should have been locked up with the key thrown into an active volcano. I suppose it was easier and more lucrative to throw sacks of pills at me, enough to incapacitate a horse. It never helped. It only made me wonder why I am the way I am. To be fair, I only took them for a short period of time. I realized they deadened the bliss inside me. Was I born like this, or did something along my path push me towards this? Perhaps it's a mix of both, as most things in life are. There is no plain black and white answer, but in the end, does it matter? They still die. I still obliterate, and we all go on. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Your Honor, I enjoy doing these things. You cannot scare me with incarceration or death. I live in death, and I wish for it every day. You are all too stupid and lame to find me. Deliver me from this evil, I beg you. I beg you. You won't. I have finally come to the end of the yellow brick road in accepting this. 2 weeks ago, my wife was beside me. She's a Marilyn Monroe type, a throwback to the most classic of beauties. She's too good for me. Not only did I know that, but her mother never let me forget it. I made a comfortable living as a consultant, providing a nice 2-story, 4-bedroom home. I was able to put our twins through private school. She never spent a dime on any of our expenses. As she was a classical beauty, she also played the classical housewife. She did clean and cook. For that, I am thankful. But pressure had to be relieved. The pipes can only take so much. She and I found ourselves watching an alligator wrestler. An odd sentence, I know. I intended on explaining. Florida Everglades. We haven't had a vacation since our children were born in tandem. Over 13 years to be exact. Her lovely mother happily agreed to watch the girls, allowing us to take a road trip down to the Sunshine State. Hey, look honey, it's an alligator show. Let's go. Please. I tried to hide my contempt. I wasn't here to watch a redneck wrestle an alligator. I can barely contain my murderous self. I can barely contain acting human anymore. I find that the only human connection I do have, however, is my wife. She has somehow cut through my ice-cold exterior. Turns out even sociopaths have breaks in their armor. Okay, I gritted, not taking my eyes off the road. You want to see the show, we will see the show. I give her a robotic smile, again not taking my eyes off the road. There's another reason we are driving to the middle of Florida. One that no one else will find out about. Hopefully. But I'm happy to keep up appearances. We turned off the exit that boasted the supposed world-famous alligator fighter. She looks up the showtimes on her phone. Luckily, the next one is only about 60 minutes away. She's so happy to see a man wrestle with a dinosaur. I'll admit, my caveman brain somehow enjoyed it. It wasn't what I expected. It wasn't some fat mulleted hillbilly slapping around a somewhat domesticated alligator. Goose, the owner of the alligator farm, had a headset on, allowing him to speak to the crowd of 30 or so people. He gave some interesting facts about alligators and other Florida-specific animals. It was educational, entertaining too. Okay, folks, say hi to Lily, the oldest lady on the farm. Goose yelled with glee. An assistant opened a door to the pit where Goose was in, allowing an absolute monster to come slithering in. Lily was awesome, almost 12 feet in length. Her green coloring was almost neon. I thought it had something to do with the way the sun hit her ancient scales. The crowd oohed and awed. I sat cross-armed, watching the predator survey her surroundings. Goose did some more explaining about her hunting habits, getting closer. Now the crowd was getting a little uncomfortable. Goose gave one short glance toward us, trying to keep his composure. He did have a killer beast in front of him, after all. Our host got uncomfortably close to Lily, reaching his hands in and out of her open jaws. In one short motion, he closed her jaws and jumped behind her. You see, y'all? The alligator has an insane amount of pressure when biting. If you are caught in this lady's jaws, it's game over. However, they do have the power to open their jaws if any amount of pressure is placed on them. We watched then as he straddled the beast, reaching her massive head and placing it underneath his own chin. His arms extended. He was now in control of Lily. Impressive. A fire was being stoked in my belly. Here I was, not expecting to be a part of this in the first place, and now ready to dismember these kids for interrupting Goose's show and disturbing the show. I looked toward my wife. She was visibly upset by the occurrence. This just won't do. Goose, for his outside appearance as a fat bumpkin, kept his composure and finished the show as a true professional. He finished the show by thanking us and explaining how tips were appreciated and merch could be found on our way out by the stand leading toward the exit. I gave my wife a $100 bill, telling her to grab us a couple of t-shirts and hats. I had to use the restroom, I said. I followed the disruptor's path as they made their exit, still laughing and being idiots. I always try to be human, but as much as I fight to be normal, I never win. The young men were standing just outside the entrance to Gator World, smoking. They would never know this was the last cigarettes they would ever smoke. Hey guys, I said, getting their attention. I dragged both boys separately into the edge of the swamp right outside the entrance. I tucked my garrote into my pocket, clothed in a Gator World napkin. Why do you make me do this? Back on the road again. Glad she enjoyed the show. It's 5 a.m. My lovely Marilyn Monroe doppelganger is still sleeping. I slip outside the motel. I wander, absorbing the humid swamp-like surroundings. I discovered a wonderland. Garden Park. I found a sun-worn bench. With my dark Ray-Bans on, I surveyed the beautiful landscape. A lovely blonde would bounce by, accompanied by an excited young man, boyfriend, husband maybe. Mr. and Mrs. Upbeat would be staying at what looked like an Airbnb at the edge of the park. Well-dressed and full of youth, they exited the rental with coffees. Equipped with a bouquet of lilies and a disarming smile, I walked by them. I introduced myself as a charming businessman from the area. I was to meet a date, but she had to cancel due to a prior engagement that slipped her mind. That was the story, at least. I explained why I had these gorgeous flowers and offered them to her, with her friend's permission, of course. They were both flattered. I shook his hand, firm, but soft. I then took her hand. It was soft, smooth. Her precious fingers were adorned with black cherry polish. Her palm, faint lines. A rush came over me. I had to constrict an embarrassing protrusion. They both thanked me again, saying they had to catch the next lift to their friend's place for brunch. I smiled and displayed my thankfulness for them, taking those lilies off of my hands. I didn't get her name. She wasn't just a person. She was the one. The fire. The life. The one I had been looking for. I knew what I had to do. I quietly entered the key into our motel door. Marilyn was still sleeping. I quickly analyzed what needed to be done. The pillow I had used to sleep just hours before would now be her instrument of death. Good night, princess. I feel a slight feeling of melancholy, but I am not sorry. This was always how our story would end. My prior and future plans went AWOL. I was now engaged with plans, including being a part of this new duo I had just met and supplied flowers to. They invited me as a guest to have dinner with them that night. I happily agreed. I needed to feel her soft and supple hands again. I would be meeting them alone. I located them in an outdoor cafe near the beach, dressed in all black with loafers and no socks. I smiled as I approached. My appearance was caught by their gaze, greeted with a warm smile from the woman, a smile warmer than the Florida sun that we were under. The clock ticked. Laughter was heard. Early dinner was had. I spent most of the interaction admiring the woman's red jumpsuit. A romper is what it was most likely known as these days. A brief question of where my date was, and a brief response that she was running late. People are so easily fooled, or trusting. Her gentleman friend stated his desire to evacuate in the men's room. We both smiled as he left. "Let me get us another drink," I said playfully as I excused myself to approach the bar. She gave me a little wink and crossed her legs. "I'm on fire." As I made my way back to our table, I took a moment to enjoy the salty smell coming from the sea. I don't know how I traveled this far from the middle of the state to the coast. I don't question my periods of darkness anymore. "Oh, you got us another drink. Good on you, my friend," her man thing extorted. I winked and raised my own glass. We gave a little cheer with our late afternoon drinks. A thought raced to Marilyn. I wondered if anyone had called or found her yet. As we all took a generous sip, I suggested the Aphrodite, and I take a look at the water. "Would you order us another calamari?" I asked the man. He was already spinning and happy to do so. As she and I left, I'm sure I heard a faint cough, then the sound of his head hitting the table, rustling plates and glasses on the table we had just left. We were already on the beach when this happened, and her focus was on the crashing waves and circling seagulls. As long as I could get her as far away as possible from the scene, I would be okay. The wheels had been set in motion. This train would not be stopping. Look at her, a golden goddess, so oblivious to everything around her. Sadly, she does not realize the monster she is walking with, barefoot on the beach. The bliss is filling my being, from my feet to my brain. She must just be realizing that her friend has not made it out here. I have seen this look before, the realization. When I'm hunting, when I'm closing in, all light and sound disappears. It's dark now. Her face reacts accordingly. Her decimating blue eyes look into mine. They grow wider and wider. Humorously, how big they become. The life being taken from her, constricted from her. I can't help what I am. It has been determined. I have no choice. And I'm not sorry. Some people like one type of cola. Some people like the competitor, and some actually prefer the citrus pops. I've always liked the pepper, the alternative. It's just something different that you can't explain. Why do we like what we like? I suppose we will always be searching for that elusive answer. If you've ever suffered a night terror before, you know it always leaves a mark in your mind, like trauma. Think of a nightmare that your mind makes real. Your wallpaper may start to move in a three-dimensional space. You'll see flashes of distorted images, and sounds will be rushing through your ears and throbbing in your head. It's like the world's worst roller coaster. Worse still, they always hit their peak around Halloween. Maybe it's just the constant horror paraphernalia around, an overactive imagination and reruns of old horror movies. But still, my first was when I was 3. I remember dreaming of fractured conversations with strange beings before unceremoniously waking up to shadowy figures standing over me and chanting. I screamed, and weird sounds were rushing around me. It took my parents so long to coax me back into bed, but by the time I woke up, I was able to get on with it like nothing happened. A distant memory come the morning sunrise. This pattern would repeat with varying levels of effect over my life. Sometimes the creatures in my dream would talk to me, and the whispers would persist when I woke up crying and vomiting. Other times I'd see them lurking in the shadows of my bedroom, but when I'd tell my mother, she would coldly tell me to ignore it, that nothing was there if I willed it to be. Eventually, as one often does when they get older, I found it easy to just get on with my life and accept the night terrors as just part of my life. When they did die down over my adolescence, they were still frequent enough when I hit my 20s to be noticeable to partners. I'd brush it off as just a weird quirk and hope that I didn't embarrass myself in front of them. But thankfully, through a combination of luck and short-term flings, I never had one when they stayed over. It was when I started having bouts of sickness after successive terrors that I knew something was wrong. I don't know if there was a trigger per se, and if there was, I wouldn't be able to tell you what it was, but they became far more vivid, more surreal, and the come down from them seemed to take longer and longer to arrive. Now, as an adult living on my own, it was even harder to calm myself down without someone to reassure me what I saw, heard, and felt was a figment of my imagination. Naturally, I did what any rational person with too much time, paranoia, and creativity would do. I started keeping a log of the experiences. I won't bore you all with every detail, but I will summarize the last 4 experiences that inevitably led to me wanting to share this experience with you all, hoping for an answer. January 30th, 2021. Entry number 1. Birthday night. The terror consisted of a conversation with a large, emaciated figure dressed in a Victorian widow's outfit. 2 tall, hooded figures stood motionless on either side of me. They did not react at all during this experience. The entire color scheme was grayscale. The conversation was one-sided. They spoke. I listened. And their face was hidden behind a thick black veil. The sound of sharpening utensils snapped through the experience and gave me a fright. When the figure reached out their hand to silence me, I woke up. Headache was a 5 out of 10 on the pain scale, and after 30 minutes with some water, it died down. February 13th, 2021. Entry number 2. A night terror on Friday the 13th. How typical. This time I was in my childhood bed and could see the same Victorian widow chained to the wall opposite, but making no attempt to reach me. This time the dream was in sepia. The two hooded figures loomed outside my bedroom window, and the Victorian widow put a finger to their lips to silence me, though I couldn't hear anything, save for a long drone. I felt the fear rise in me instinctively as the shadow of the figures passed my bedroom window, and when sneezing, the fear that ripped through me, coupled with the screeching sound and bright red flashes, sent me tumbling out of my bed in a haze. I smacked my head on the ground, and my eyes throbbed in their sockets. Some strong medication and a soft piano playlist settled me after around 45 minutes, but I had to sleep in the guest room to avoid the windows. Something felt dangerous about them. March 30th, 2021. Entry number 3. The long gap between these two had me letting my guard down. When I woke up, I had full sensory awareness of my surroundings. I was my adult self, and it was my childhood home. I was on the living room coffee table of all places, but everything felt stale, as if the house hadn't been used in decades. I felt only minimal control of my body, as it followed the urge to rush upstairs to my old parlor room and place an ear to the door. Inside, I could hear a conversation between my parents and an unknown woman. She was warning them of a sickness that plagued me that would need containing somehow. My mother sounded resolute and replied, "Whatever it takes." I was so engrossed in the conversation that when a hand gripped my shoulder and an unfamiliar voice said, "I'm getting closer," I felt my body grow cold. Before anything else could happen, I bit my hand, and thankfully, it woke me up in a sea of pain. One bandage later, and a new round of painkillers. I am on the mend, but now I'm feeling that sensation on my shoulder intermittently. October 11th, 2021. Entry number 4. I forgot why I started making these. It's becoming harder to discern when I'm asleep or awake. The past few months have been an endless cycle of restless sleep and paranoid waking. Every time I feel at ease, I am greeted by the widow, threatening to remove her veil if I don't listen. But the disjointed nature of that world makes it so hard to focus on her for more than a few moments. Everything else I can manage, but not her, like a defense mechanism. I have begun to see her and other things I dare not repeat here in places they shouldn't be. Mirror reflections. When I am not fully looking, behind objects, furniture, or landmarks, they sleep into obscurity when I cast my eyes in their direction. When I lay my head down and begin to sleep, they urge me to let myself relax so they can talk to me more. My head now feels like it's splitting open constantly, and no normal painkillers alleviate it. I have some stronger ones coming in the mail tomorrow. I hope they can do the trick. That neatly leads us to the last experience on the 28th, this past Thursday. I haven't slept since then, and in all honesty, I do not plan to do so anytime soon, much to the detriment of my health, as I'm sure you're eager to remind me. Well, that is a small price to pay to keep whatever the hell is in my night terrors away from the waking world. Someone online said that there was a significance to Hallows Eve, the spirits of the dead and wayward souls looking for vulnerable bodies to inhabit. That it was a mind over matter situation, and I simply needed to maintain a strong mental attitude in the face of such horror. Yeah, easier said than done. I took the pain medication in haste when it arrived, and for a week, it did the trick. No more headaches, throbbing eyes, or joint pain. And it seemed to give me largely uneventful dreams, too. But then I ran out and read up on the effects of withdrawal from the type of pills I had been taking. Among many stomach-related ones, the key listing that stood out made my blood run cold, and every part of me want to get on the floor and cry. Side effects may include extreme fatigue and increased sleep. I could practically feel the boldness of whatever lives in my dreams grow with every hour I got more exhausted, stepping out of the shadows one toe at a time as I fought off sleep for as long as possible. But eventually, we all succumbed to slumber. When I was aware again, it was from the perspective of someone else. The color scheme was still grayscale, and sounds were bouncing up and down like a drunken sound engineer fucking with the volume tab. It was disorienting, but not as much as the perspective which I was seeing from. I was now in the parlor, nestled under the floorboards and keenly listening above me, every fraction of my body compacted and unable to move or see, save for a spatter of light through the boards. What can we do about these incidents? Each time he wakes up, he's violent, inconsolable, and... The voice of my mother broke down as my father continued. He kept on insisting that there was someone chained to the wall opposite his bed, that it gets stronger the closer we get to Hallows Eve. But we did what you advised and assured him it wasn't there. My dad finished hurriedly, an older woman's voice to the left assuring him. Very good. We can't have him getting distracted and focused on everything he sees, can we? She said with an audible smile, but it didn't seem to alleviate my dad's concerns. And what if he... If he does, you do as we instructed and you inform me as soon as possible. You came to me because you trust me. I ask that you continue that trust. She finished, audibly prompting my parents to agree. Soon. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up as what I could only guess was the widow sat behind me, whispering in my ear as the hot stench of rot filled my nostrils, a pair of hands gripping at my neck for a few moments before I shifted again. It was dark. My perspective was jarring. They were situated in the top corner of my childhood bedroom as a much younger me slept peacefully. I must have been about 3 years old at a glance, clad in Power Rangers pajamas and holding onto a blanket for dear life as I softly breathed. It took a few moments to realize what was wrong with the image I was seeing, like a camera focusing in or a really insidious spot the difference game, but with your old memories versus the recorded events. Maybe it was because it was dark and my eyes hadn't adjusted, or maybe I didn't want to know, but either side of my bed stood two hooded figures, staring down at me without ceasing. Everything in the night terror fell silent, as if on cue, and I could hear the two of them speaking. Is this what must be done? The left one asked, concern in their voice. It's what she said to do. I'd have never imagined this to be reality, but the right trailed off, shaking in their robes. Well, we know what this is, and we agreed. Whatever it takes, for our boy. The left one pulling down her robe to reveal my mother's signature blonde hair and beautiful, solemn eyes looking at me. My father across from her nodded, his hood staying up as he raised a knife, the vision blurring and my head threatening to split open at the sight. I woke up in a sweat, but when I tried to move, my body wouldn't obey me. I had experienced this a few times, but it was always as terrifying with each iteration. Sleep paralysis. As I lay there, trying desperately to move my eyes for a better view off my back, I saw shapes shifting in the corners of my room. Not towards me, but as if they were congregating with one another. Many pairs of bulbous eyes staring back at me from sockets I could not make out at this distance.
For so long we have been patient. For so long we have bided our time. But now, I heard the bedroom door open, the dragging of limbs, the nails digging into the ground as they pulled the body forward, the smell of rot filling my nose as my heart began to race, the seemingly random noises unceasing in their efforts to jostle my body awake with every flinch at each intonation. She rose up the side of my bed, and every set of eyes followed her, mine included. She was taller than I remember, her stomach concave and her frock frayed beyond repair as her veil covered her face, but not her malice. You are special. You have always been special. It was just a matter of waiting for the right moment, for your maturity to manifest. She leaned over me and sat on my chest, the weight of her frame pushing down on me and constricting my lungs. We will persist when you're awake. You will help us find more just like you. Or... She took her hands out, and for a moment, I was terrified she was going to wrap them around my neck again. But instead, she brought them to her face and began to lift at the veil, torturously slowly, as the sounds reached a cacophony of unspeakable recount. I have never tried harder to scream in my life, for it to only come out as a feeble moan. I saw rotted flesh, and so many weeping wounds on her lower jaw, as it continued to reveal horrors to me. She stopped at the halfway point, and what remained of her lips pulled into a sickening grin. I woke up a few moments later, the use of my limbs causing me to flail and scream my apartment down. Same room, same feeling. It's been a few days since then, and I can't stop seeing them everywhere I go. I can barely function beyond basic needs. It seems like they're all waiting for something. I just don't know what. It's the worst when I'm brushing my teeth or shaving my face, however, because when I look away from the bathroom mirror for a moment, she will be there when I look back, towering over me, hands pulling at the veil and frozen in place, a scathing grin cutting my fragile mental state to ribbons as I fall back every time. I have nobody to talk to. My parents passed away a year ago, and because of my inheritance, I have isolated myself to the point where I don't know if anyone would notice for a long time if I were to, well, you know. I'm struggling to stay awake. I've tried caffeine pills, energy drinks, and other substances I'll not mention in case the wrong people are listening. But nothing lasts forever, and I'm steadily catching myself nodding off, drifting for a moment into hellscape I cannot see. But here, they tell me it's only a matter of time, and that my special skills will finally be put to use before drones and screams fill my ears, and I'm brought back, terrified. Which brings me to the present, to sharing this with all of you. Another Hallows Eve is descending, and I no longer feel I have the power to contain whatever it is back. I hoped in some naive folly that by sharing this over the airwaves, someone would know what this was and assist me, but I realize now that's all for naught.
so I did the next best thing. In an act of desperation, I called my estranged grandfather and asked him to help me. He had always been a very difficult man, and in all respects was the worst kind of boomer, ignorant, petulant, and unwilling to change his ideals. But he was family. I was despondent.
What the hell do you want after nearly 2 years of not talking?
His gruff voice bit through the speaker.
Not enough. I lost my daughter and son-in-law, but I lost my grandson too? This better be good.
Exhausted and overcome with emotion, I blurted out what had happened in a flurry, and, to his credit, he listened without judgment or interruption. When I was done, he sighed.
Well, I wish you'd have told me sooner, but here we are. I won't mince words here. You're a very lucid dreamer, Robbie, to an unprecedented point.
I paused and stared wide-eyed as he explained further.
You took the phrase "make a dream a reality" literally. It terrified your family, and they were concerned you'd be taken to some government facility to dream up weaponry and doomsday devices. So they enlisted outside help to help you manage what was wrong with you. She was older, and she claimed to have met others like you. Seemed to us that it worked. You led a mostly normal life, and until now, nothing bad happened. In fact, the only 2 things of any repute were you dreamt up your old family dog Benson, and
He paused, trailing off for a moment as I sat there in abject silence.
Say, Robbie, what exactly have you seen in your dreams?
He asked, choosing his words carefully.
Like, did you ever see,
I heard a emanate from behind me, and I knew who it was coming from. My back locked up, and my knees felt weak. No, I usually just see shapes. Why? I felt every fiber of my body screaming to run, but I stayed still.
Well, the person that helped them constructed a ritual of sorts. She said it was good for containing old nightmares, things that had been there long before, but she didn't ever tell us what that meant beyond a single warning that I suppose was meant for you one day, if things got dire. She said if your parents kept to it while you were a child, you'd be fine, and to ignore anything they might see or hear. But the more exposed you got to the supernatural and the closer it got to Hallows Eve.
He paused, sadness welling up in his voice.
And since they died, I suppose that means whatever they did is lifted.
It was stepping closer to me, the shushing sound getting louder and more distorted, but I stayed still and asked what I knew would be the answer I never wanted to hear.
What was the warning?
He hesitated before responding, but the answer has left me scrambling to tell my story to someone, anyone who may know what is wrong with me, to send them a warning of what may befall them if they too suffer with this malady. So here I am, exhausted beyond measure, and it's only a matter of time before I pass out. Whatever the widow is, she's been standing in the corner of my room, every pair of eyes fixated on her as she clasps the veil on her face with both hands, threatening to lift it at any moment. I don't want to see it. I can't see it. If anyone has had a night terror that they never got rid of, please reach out and give me some advice before sleep takes me, or something else does. It whispers to me that if I just do as it asks, it will let me sleep peacefully. But I am not so certain. because what the phrase my grandfather uttered to me has me scared witless and terrified every moment. I see this creature pulling its hands upwards.
Don't let it lift the veil.